Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the delay here. We had some other issues we were dealing with other town business here. Today is Thursday, June 15th, and it is at 4:08 p.m. This is the Board of Selectmen meeting regarding the Quabog Regional School District budget. And can I have everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. And thank you very much for everybody coming to the meeting. This is greatly appreciated. I'm hoping we can resolve everything tonight, and the intent is to come to a above minimum contribution number and present that to the town for a special town meeting. We're looking at holding the special town meeting on June 29th, 2023, if everything goes well today. If we can't resolve things, we're gonna have to push that date back, but that's our absolute intention tonight, is to get that date and go forward with that. So, thank you, everybody, for that. I know this is a heated topic for everybody. All I ask is everybody be respectful and understand both sides to the views. Whether you're in favor of more money, less money, or whatever, you're entitled to an opinion, but just allow others to have theirs too. And everybody will have their say. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
No. No, sir.
So, we requested a bunch of documents from the school. We received some of them on Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Is when we received some of those documents. One of the things we really didn't receive yet is a breakdown of the school budget. We have the one-page proposed budget that you have, but we don't have anything that's breaking down individual areas or departments or anything like that, like we received in the past. Do we know if we're going to be getting one of those?
So the booklet that you would show me is not going to be done anymore. We don't have a finance person for that. We only have someone one day a week. So that will not be done. I told Jim that we're not doing that book that you had requested. That's not going to be done. We did send over the complete budget. Chris sent over the complete budget, not just the page, but the complete budget did get sent over by Chris, who is the finance person, and that was over a week ago you received that. The other documents that you requested are not documents that we have on hand, so therefore we don't have to write new documents up according to that law. So what you have received was 300 pages, and that's all that we are going to be sending. We don't have the other requested information.
Okay.
So, can I just add something to that?
Yes, sir.
So, just a quick comment. So, I'm Andrew Schwenker. I'm the chair of the school committee.
I'm
a resident of Town 1.
Just whenever anybody talks, before you talk, please identify who you are and where you work. It's a requirement for Zoom and social media and stuff. We have to say that. Thank you very much.
I just did.
You just did that. You just did it. So I just want to remind everybody. I apologize.
So the comment that you just made about the book and in the past. So previously we had a different administration than we do right now, and a different administration than we will on July 1st. So we had a finance director who was an employee of the district who is no longer here. We had a superintendent who was no longer here. So the documents and the way that they did business then is not in effect anymore because they're no longer employees of our district. So right now, as of today, we have an interim superintendent, and we've outsourced our finance through a company, a third-party company. Moving forward in July 1st, we're gonna have another new superintendent, Mr. Duff, and we're still, as of right now, we're gonna be outsourcing our finance to a third party. So those documents don't exist anymore, which is why you didn't get them. You didn't get them because we didn't say, well, we're not gonna send them to them. You didn't get them because we don't have them anymore. So just point of clarification.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. All right. So, you know, I got a chance to skim across a lot of documents, the contracts, you know, the teachers' contracts, custodial contracts we received, and the para contract. The use of the ESSER funds, we've seen that. You know, and the, I guess the working document is the one-page summary of your budget. So looking at that, and the latest one, as of June 14th, 2023, and the superintendent handed that over to us, Maureen. So, and you're asking an above minimum contribution of $609,903. Okay, that's what you're looking for an above minimum contribution. The town proposed $110,000 for the budget during the annual town meeting. Okay, and that was because we had to do a best guess scenario, and all departments were average about 3% above their budget. So we took about 3%. We took 3% of your operating and your transportation budget, and that's what we came up with. We don't calculate above minimum contribution in there because above minimum contribution are discretionary funds and not operating funds. So it's up to the town if we want to give that to you or not. And it's also one of those things that if the town can't do, they can't do. If we could do $2 million or $10 million, the town, I'm sure, would love to vote for that. But in reality, hard times, we will level services. We will level services throughout the whole town. That was our guidance to all our departments, is level services, because we understand certain areas would have to go up, fuel expenses, other expenses that would have to go up a little bit because of, you know, because of adjustments. Everything went up with inflation. And after looking at everybody else's budget, that was approximately about 3%. Some departments were 0, some departments were about 5, but average was 3. Okay, so that's where we came up with the 110 for the above minimum contribution. Okay, so, Mr. Duff, you had something?
Yeah, I had a question. You said that if the town could afford to do $2 million, the town would absolutely do that. Can the town afford? I didn't ask that. That's not my question. My question is, can the town afford to do $609,000?
No,
They don't have that money anywhere.
that's hard to do.
Well, I know it's hard to do, but
And
it
you
does.
really can't.
Sure. So, may I respond to some of what you're asking now, or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You-
So the Steve Duff, Quabog Regional School District Principal, taxpayer, 161 Washington Street, Warren, Massachusetts. The school committee sent over a certified school-approved budget in March to the Board of Selectmen. That budget was what we followed by the DESI guidelines to send. That's what we are required to do. The Board of Selectmen chose not to put that budget on the floor for whichever reason, doesn't matter. So what happened was that vote was turned down at the annual town meeting. Since then, the school committee has made some serious cuts to the budget, which today, unfortunately, we had to reduce our budget by $1.435 million. So today, for the school district, was a very difficult day because we had to do pink slips and layoffs today, equivalent to the amount of $1.435 million, which leaves teachers and families within our communities uncertain of what they're going to do for their livelihood. But by law, on June 15th, that's what we did. The school committee held a special school committee meeting to reduce the budget. We started off at $1.2 million of above minimum contribution, $1.2 million above minimum contribution from the town of Warren. They cut that in half, which resulted in about $600,000 worth of cuts. Today, if the 609 was to go through. We presented that number to the town of West Brookfield. The town of West Brookfield the advisory board was recommending $364,500. There was correspondence that was sent back saying that the school committee approved budget is the one that should be put on the floor. Whether we agree with that or disagree with that is irrelevant. The West Brookfield advisory board said, we don't agree with this number, but by what we are supposed to do is put the school committee approved budget forward, which was the $430,000 from West Brookfield, which would be equivalent to $609,000 from the town of Warren. That number was placed in front of the town of West Brookfield. The town of West Brookfield did overwhelmingly support that number because they were allowed to vote on the number that they chose to support the school district. With that being said, that moves the budget over to Warren. What I would ask from the town of Warren, and I'm going to be honest with you, as the person that will be coming into the superintendent position and the person that has spoken with the school committee, I wasn't in favor of reducing the budget by $700,000 because it's my responsibility to make sure that, or it will be my responsibility to make sure that we have adequate services for our children. We have continuously cut the budget. We cut it $670,000 last year, $1.435 million to date this year, which is over $2.2 million we've cut in 2 years out of the budget. Unlike police, fire, your assessments, you know what money you're coming into with the town, and you can base your budgets off that. For the school district, we don't know what Chapter 70 funding is going to look like. We don't know what rural aid is going to look like. We don't know what the Student Opportunity Act is going to look like. So our budget, very much like you would say, we don't have a fixed budget coming in. It's very much depending upon what the state does. With the concession that the school committee has made, telling essentially myself, Superintendent Benenda, the other administrators within the district, that, listen, we have to meet the towns halfway. They've gone over halfway by making us reduce our budget. We're asking for $600,000 versus $1.2 million. What I am asking of the Board of Selectmen and of the town of Warren, but specifically the Board of Selectmen and the town manager, is that we allow the people within our town the opportunity to vote on the school committee approved budget, which is $609,000, which is a lot different than the $1.2 million, for several reasons. One, we have a regionalization agreement that we spoke about. Derek, thank you very much for attending all those meetings with the RAC, that we're looking to regionalize with another school district. Other school districts, I can tell you because I've had conversations, in fact I had one last night, don't look fondly upon this budget process being so far apart from each other. Bringing another town to our district is going to have significant financial benefits to the towns of Warren and the towns of West Brookfield, as well as significant educational components to the town of North Brookfield. North Brookfield just graduated 14 students. We graduated 96 students on 2 Saturdays ago. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Jim for going to that, and Eric for the great pictures. We are working to offset the assessments to the town. We talked about this at town meeting. We started an early childhood education program, which is going to bring in close to $250,000 next year. That's revenue that's going to offset the assessments to the towns. We have brought in the Fire Academy and the Police Academy. Thank you, not Police Academy, but CNA programs. Thank you to Chief Lavoy for doing that for our students so that we can put students on the fire departments in Warren and West Brookfield. Mark Estrella and Madeline Smola just wrote a grant for $300,000 so we can upgrade the HVAC system at Quabog. That's going to help offset the cost of fuel. Mr. Ferrero was kind enough to write a grant, and the grant was a great grant for Warren Elementary. However, the school district is on the hook for $130,000 at least of that. That costs the taxpayers money, but it looks like it's coming from the school's budget because the school has to appropriate the funds, which ultimately goes back to the taxpayers. We think that that is an investment in the future of our schools. What the school committee is asking, and what I am asking as the incoming superintendent, is that the school committee has met you more than halfway. I know there's documents and things that you want to work, like Superintendent Beninda asked, or said, we have a brand-new financial company coming in and doing this. I spoke with Mr. Ferrer a few days ago about finance directors and how difficult it is to find them. Moving forward, I think this presents the opportunity for us to bridge a relationship and say, okay, as we sit down and we meet moving forward, what types of documents do you want to see when it comes to budget season and even before budget season? But working collaboratively together will give us that opportunity to have, Derek, Jim, you, David, and Rich to come in and say, okay, this is what we're looking at and this is what we're looking for. We can do that together. But if we push this out beyond June 29th, we are going to pay, and the town's going to pay, $1,300 a day in unemployment, starting on June 23rd, because we had to do all those layoffs today, which is an awful thing to do when you have to sit with people and tell them they don't have a job next year when people have kids. We did that for $1.435 million today. We have the opportunity to make this situation right by letting the town vote on the 609. If it passes, it passes. If it fails, it fails. But we know where we are, and it gives us the opportunity to plan for next year. You can't plan for a school year in a month and a half with $1.435 million worth of cuts. And if we get to July 1st without having a budget, by law, we have to go to a 1/12 budget. And that's not good for anybody. We kick this thing out to mid-July or even early August, you're looking at paying over $50,000 in unemployment. And that's not good for either town, and it's not good for the schools, and most importantly, it's not good for the kids and the teachers and the staff within our school community. So I would ask that we put the school committee approved budget, which has been cut in half above your minimum contribution from 1.2 to 600,000 on the school floor, or on the town floor for the voters to vote for. The other thing that I would recommend is we talked to West Brookfield. West Brookfield upped their transportation reimbursement from 85% to 90%. The state, and we've had lots of conversations with lots of financial people within the state, they are confident that that reimbursement number is going to come back at least 90%. The ESSER and the ARPA funds, lots of districts haven't spent that yet, and we get lumped in with that. So when towns are asking for more ESSER and more ARPA and more support, they're not getting it because a lot of towns still have a lot of that money left that they haven't spent, which is penalizing the district and penalizing somewhat the towns because we get clumped in with everybody. My recommendation, I would make the same recommendation that we made to West Brookfield, which they accepted, is to raise the transportation reimbursement to 90%, which would be another $29,000 that you can take off of transportation, and you add that to, or you subtract it from your above minimum contribution, which would make it actually $580,000. It's still 609, but we know how the shell game works. You move it from transportation assessment, take it off of there, and you add it to get to your 609. I would ask that the Board of Selectmen, that the town manager seriously consider putting this budget on the floor in front of people because it's right for people. The school committee has done what they have felt is meeting people halfway, even though I wholeheartedly disagree with it. They said, no, this is what we need to do. We can debate processes and we can debate everything back and forth forever, but we have a decision to make, and I think it's a pretty clear decision. We're either going to have a meeting on June 29th, and I really think for the kids in this community, the families in this community, you allow the voters to vote on the 609, and as we move forward into our next fiscal year, if there are things that you have questions about, let's start that process July, August, September, where we can meet on a more regular basis and talk about what is it that you are looking for. Because we certainly, I'm a taxpayer in this town. I don't want my taxes to go up, but at the same time, I have to make a choice whether I want to invest my tax money in education or not. And we need to give the voters the opportunity to do that. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to follow some of the guidance that we may or may not disagree on. But there is a proposal on the floor that I think meets the needs of the school somewhat. I would disagree with it, but I'll say that it will, but also meets the needs of the towns. I don't know why we would even debate anything else at this point, considering we're at a point where we're at a very pivotal point in this budget that's going to cost the towns more money in unemployment if we don't move something forward. And I would recommend putting the 609 forward, talk about how we can work together moving forward, because this process had, and I said it on town floor, we're putting kids in the middle of something that kids should not be put in the middle of. So I'd ask that is what budget moves forward. And that would be my recommendation as the incoming superintendent. I think it's more than fair to allow the voters to vote for that.
Thank you very much for that.
Yep.
Thank you. Very well presented too. So our responsibility is not just to the school. Our responsibility is to all residents within our community. And although you see it as $609,000 is easy for the school, and it's something you believe we should be doing, well, there's a lot of senior population within our town, and a majority of our town live below the poverty level. So with tax increases, which this would result in a tax increase, and that could really hurt residents that are on a very fixed income. And when we review these things, it's not that we're not compassionate to them. You know, I have kids in the school. You guys do an amazing job. You are a prodigy when it comes to knowing every single kid and parent in the school. I don't know how you do it. It's amazing, but it's a blessing, and I give you kudos on that. You know, I have a hard time with people's names that I met yesterday. Never mind knowing everybody in the school district. So that's amazing you can do that. But looking at the bigger picture, we have several departments that we need to fund. We're only limited to a certain amount of money within our tax base, okay? Because the tax base is not really there. We don't have large commercial developments here. We don't have all those things that some of these bigger towns can do. And they have those extra funds available that they can move around. When we have increases in budgets, that means the residents have to pay those increases. And that results in a tax increase. And a lot of these residents might be very hurt by those increases. Because again, when you got somebody that's just making it and trying to buy food and pay their bills and really can't adjust more for a tax increase, that really hurts them. So we got to look at the bigger picture of everything. We want to be compassionate to the school. We want to give to the school. Believe me, if we could, we'd do it. We just don't have that leverage. Now, if we got some commercial development in town, that might actually be potentials, because we might be able to levy some of that money over to that and funding these things for the school and helping out with that budget and taking down that tax increase on the residents. We just don't have that marketability within our community. We're considered what most people look at as a drive-through community. They drive through to get to Ware. They drive through to get to Sturbridge. They drive through to get some of these bigger towns. Nobody, you don't have anything that people sit in Warren and say, I want to be in Warren and I want to spend my money.
You do.
School.
It's called the school district.
That's one thing.
And-
but it's not bringing people in, and you're not a commercial developer.
It does bring people in.
It brings residents.
It brings residents, and residents bring a tax revenue. And when you say, and here's the problem that I have, Dave, is last year I sat on town floor, and the town made a very compelling argument about raising people's rates around here so that you can be competitive with other towns. The school committee, your salaries for your police, your fire, everybody who's involved. The school has been sitting, the school committee is charged with setting and bargaining rates for our teachers. When I want to hire a teacher at a step 2, and the teacher says, I can't take that position because it's $10,000 less than I'm making now, this school district, and you can look at the salaries across all school districts, the teachers in our district are making significantly less, and I understand median incomes within towns and so forth. We have been doing our due diligence, and our teachers have been outperforming lots of other districts without us asking for competitive wages for our teachers. If we did that, I'd be asking for $4 million above minimum contribution. I never said that, the school is happy with $600,000 above minimum contributions. I said quite the contrary. I said I think it's devastating. I think cutting $700,000 from a school budget, from a level service school budget, is not good for the school. I'm not happy with the $600,000, but what I am suggesting is that that amount gets put forward. And I think it's also important to note that the school district has been working very proactively to help offset the cost of those assessments. It's not, it's presented as if it's the school districts that's costing this much money. I would also like the Board of Selectmen to recognize the effort that the school district and the school committee has done by changing my insurance from a level 2 to a level 4. So when my wife has to go to the doctor, it costs me $500 out of pocket. And that's every teacher here, because our health insurance is essentially a GIC plan, which is awful. These are the choices that the school committee have made to save the town's money in their local assessments. Once again, what I would ask is that we consider the school committee approved budget as it is written and has been amended to, which is half of what they were asking for, which also results in a reduction of close to $600,000 in the budget itself. And I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think it's the Board of Selectmen's job to say this is how much we can spend on it. I think it is the voters' job to decide whether they want to invest in that or not. And I think we ought to give the voters the opportunity to do that. This district has worked tirelessly to keep the budget down, and we will continue to do that moving forward. But we need to get a budget as soon as possible. I think we can all agree to that.
Again, I think we agree, we want to get the budget done.
Yep.
And, you know, it's late in the season. We would have loved to have resolved this earlier, and we did make efforts to resolve this earlier, and, you know, but here we are now.
Yep.
And I honestly hope, I honestly hope we can come to an agreement here tonight, because I know the teachers, I talk to them too. You know, we have amazing people working in the community. We have approximately 63 employees that live in town that are with the school. So it's a chunk of people. It's not overall overwhelming, you know, is the biggest employer in town. It's far from that. But you do hire a lot of employees from the town. And, you know, we definitely have a lot of compassion for them. And I understand this impacts them. And I did not want to see them get pink slips. And I understand you had to do that contractually. And the last thing we wanted to see that has happened. The last thing we want to see happen is July 1st hit and we don't have a budget that isn't there yet. Because that's going to hurt everybody. And we agreed to that too. So we have a lot of common ground here. And I don't want you thinking that we don't. We do have a lot of common ground. So we're trying to work towards it. 1 second. You want to say something?
I did.
Yeah.
Craig Burgess, school committee member. I just had a question for the board. So your comments, Chairman Dufresne, are fair comments. We all have different situations in life. Some are better off than others. I certainly appreciate and respect that, you know, it's everybody's in a different situation. The question I have though is, you know, this isn't an autocratic government here in town. So I guess what I'm curious about is if each member of the board, and maybe the town manager could explain, because I'm just curious to know, explain the rationale for why these decisions are being made without it being brought to the townspeople who are actually the taxpayers who are funding these different services like the school system, the police department, maintenance of the town hall, whatever it might be. Like it's not a, you know, it's like I said, it's not an autocratic town board that we have here. So I'm just curious, what is the rationale for not bringing it to the townspeople to vote on whether they want to support it or they don't want to support it? And whatever the townspeople say is obviously what we as not only a school but as a towns in the region would have to follow. That's democracy at its best.
Okay, it's a fair question. So our responsibility is the overall budget. Okay, the school is part of our budget. Okay, therefore we have oversight over the budget. Every town department comes to the Board of Selectmen and the town administrator presents their budget for review. We look at that budget, we see what the increases are being requested for, if they're within our financial ability to do. and we may turn around and say, okay, that looks good. We have a finance committee who reviews the budget, and they make their recommendations too. And they either support or don't support that and tell you to cut it back because we can't support this, but if you cut it back 10,000 here, we could support that. So it's an adjustment. School's not exempt from that. The school has to take part in that also. So when the school didn't come to us with their budget, as they should have, we didn't have that opportunity to discuss the budget and go back and forth. You know, we tried, we met 3 times
What do you mean?
with the budgetary subcommittee, and nothing happened.
Could you clarify that? The statement that the school didn't bring the budget to the town and that.
There was no
we weren't part of it.
negotiation part of it. It was,
I
here's our
said-
budget, that's it.
I showed up to virtually, as did many people in this room, to virtually every budget subcommittee meeting, and I know many of you at the table up there also came, and I thank you for that, I sincerely do.
Mhm.
So I guess I'm a little confused at why there wasn't an opportunity to engage. I mean, in fact, we did it in conjunction with the town of West Brookfield too.
So we had 3 meetings, correct?
3 or 4, yeah.
3 meetings. So the first meeting, there was no budget ready to present. So we couldn't review anything, correct?
I'll have to.
That's
check,
correct.
but- Okay.
Okay, there was no budget ready. Okay, second meeting, we got the budget. We didn't have
You said
time.
you didn't get the budget.
Well, the proposed number of what you guys were looking for above minimum. We made it very clear, we couldn't do $1.2 million. That cuts would need to be made, and we were willing to discuss them. There was no discussion of the budget beyond that. We didn't know where we could look at, because literally all we got was this. But it said $1.2 million. So we really didn't have any ability to discuss the budget beyond that, because we literally just got in hand at that point in time. The third meeting we went to, the subcommittee, budgetary subcommittee, didn't have a quorum, so we couldn't do anything. So that was a waste at that point too. So we had 3 meetings, and all we received was this sheet
That
that said
was-
$1.2 million.
But let me clarify, first of all, I don't believe that's accurate, and I'll ask the others to hold me to that comment that that's the only sheet you did, because I showed up to those meetings and I got the booklet, so I'm not sure why I would get them, and I don't know if my colleagues here got them, and you didn't get them when we were at the same meetings. But secondly, those 3 meetings that you referenced were the 3 special meetings. We met virtually every single week, multiple times, sometimes per week, over the span of multiple months, in which you folks were always invited to. And we had, yes?
We were never invited.
The public meeting.
It's a public meeting.
It's a public
in which
meeting, but we hold public meetings too, and we held a lot of public meetings about budgets, and we even requested to be, to have you guys come in front of us with your budget, and you guys refused.
Those were the 3 meetings that we were asked to come to. We went to those
Mr.
meetings.
Ferrera was at many meetings, and again, I thank you for coming, because he's taken his nights to come, in which we talked about many topics.
Okay, but those were the meetings that we understood to be the budget meetings where we were gonna talk about this and go back and forth, not all the general meetings. We had these specific budget subcommittee meetings.
In the
And
school.
do-
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, just one comment. In one of those meetings, we asked you what you were looking for as far as support and where you thought, and I think the comment was something like, we were in the 3rd inning of our planning, and we aren't able to share that. So how do you have a discussion if there's not an exchange of, a good faith exchange of numbers? Go ahead,
Well,
Steve.
legitimately, we just received the sheet in that meeting. So how can we sit there and really debate it and discuss it when we haven't even looked at it yet? We just got it, and we just sat down with it. So when a lawyer hands you a contract and says, sign this, and you don't read it, do you just sign it?
No, I don't, but are you saying that you've never gotten
And
any
then want to
other?
review it?
Are you saying that you never got any other budget document except for that one sheet in the whole time?
That was the first time we received anything on the budget.
Yeah.
And it was a $1.2 million above minimum contribution. So,
With all due respect, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, it is not, just so that we're clear, it is not the Board of Selectmen or the town manager's responsibility to set the budget for the school district. The Board of Selectmen do not have the authority to make cuts, or which cuts we're gonna make in our school budget. That is the school committee's responsibility to set the school budget. It's the town's responsibility to decide whether they're gonna support it or not. And then when that number comes back to the school district, it is the administration's responsibility to work within that school budget. When you said, where can we make cuts from? The Board of Selectmen do not have the authority to make cuts in the school district. The Board of Selectmen have the authority to make the recommendations, just like they have every other year within town meeting. The first question that's asked is, does the Finance Committee support it? Does the Board of Selectmen support it? No, we do not support it, or yes, we do support it. In fact, on town meeting, the question was asked, does the Finance Committee support it? We have no opinion. Why do we have no opinion? We do not have a budget. The budget, regardless of whether you agree with the budget or do not agree with the budget was sent to the select board in March. Now, it's not your job to decide whether you like it or not. It's our job to work together, and when a number comes back, we make the cuts that are necessary, or we say it's a win for the residents and the kids of the town because the budget is supported. It is our responsibility to make those cuts. It's your responsibility to make the recommendations, whether you support this budget or you don't. And if you can't support it and the Finance Committee can't support it, then so be it. But this is what the school committee does. This isn't, with all due respect, it's not your purview to say, this is what we're going to give to the school. It's your purview to say, we do not recommend this because we cannot afford it. And that's what happened. We're not gonna go down that road, but once again, it's our responsibility to make those cuts, not you to look at a sheet and say, okay, we can cut this, this, this. That's our job. And it's the school committee's job to present the budget to the town. Whether they agree with it is why you put it on town floor for them to agree with. So that never made it to town floor. We are in, right now, we are in the 11th hour. We either need to move a budget forward, we can debate what happened for hours, but we're not getting anywhere by debating what happened. All right, you're gonna say that, you'll present it as if it's the school's fault, the school will present it as if we provided a budget to you like we are legally responsible to do. We did that in March, all right? It doesn't matter whether you like it or not, that's the budget that the school committee did. And the school committee put in hours upon hours of budget and subcommittee budget meetings starting in November all the way to March to come up with a budget that we thought was the right budget for our students in our communities. Just like the fire department puts in for equipment, like the police department puts in for equipment. The town has the right to vote on whether those departments get that or not. We put in a budget that we needed kindergarten paraprofessionals, we needed interventionists, we needed an adjustment counselor. That's what our kids needed. The town, we cut that out on town floor to bring it down to level service, even though that's what our kids need. We need to give our residents the opportunity to vote on the school approved budget. I think having the bantering back and forth, we had 3 meetings, you had a sheet, I didn't have a sheet, we're just gonna go around in circles for hours. The question is, do we move the school committee approved budget of $609 forward to town floor for June 29? That would be the best thing that can happen now, and then we work on those differences that we're talking about now as we move forward, which gives us an opportunity to build a new platform. So I would ask, and I don't know, am I allowed to make a motion, Dave?
No, not right now.
I would.
We're still debating.
I know, and we can debate all day long, and we're gonna have the same conversation back and forth. I think we need to move the budget forward.
Again, thank you very much for that. And as far as us having the ability, we did get opinion from the attorneys on that. And it was a ruling in the Massachusetts Supreme Court on this. And, I don't know, Mr. Farrar, did you want to?
Sure, I mean, I can share what town council.
I got a printed copy right there.
Okay. So, town council had indicated to us that it is their opinion of town is obligated pursuant to provide an amount of money sufficient for support of public schools but not required to place on a town meeting warrant the entire budget as certified by the school.
So.
And that was ruled by the Massachusetts Supreme Court. So that argument is kind of void on your part. 1 second, because we had a resident.
I can defer.
Okay. And then did you want to say something?
I still had a question.
Well,
Yeah.
so this discussion seems that the school budget is now a black box. We don't have any say in it at all. I mean, that's kind of what I got from Mr. Duff. I mean-
That's not what I said, right?
Okay, it just, we aren't trying to set the budget for you, but we wanted to have a discussion about, I mean, we were looking at 1.2 million, which is a huge 140% increase. And so we wanted to have the discussion, where are raises going, can you consolidate? Are there things that are extra that maybe could be cut? It's up to you, but I don't see why we can't have a discussion on all that stuff, because we have questions. And that's part of the back and forth. That isn't even negotiation, it's just a discussion as to, look at these three things, like, why is this way? And then you can tell us. And then, frankly, maybe you could sell the 1.2 million, but without info, we're not gonna buy it. And frankly, a big part of the reason is doing the 110 is because we felt shut out of the process completely. And I understand there were extra meetings and all this, but there was never any, despite any meetings, there was never any discussion back and forth of, okay, here's like this section, here's what's happening at Warren Elementary, here's what's happening in the middle school, here's what's happening in the high school. And that's the kind of stuff that would really help. And hopefully, moving forward, we can do that. And we should meet, I don't know, every 2 months, every quarter. And let's talk about where you're at, and what you need, and start looking at next year way ahead of time.
I don't
Because
disagree.
to compress this all now into, I mean, we tried to do 4 meetings, now we're down to 1.
And with all due respect, when you set a
Insane.
meeting without talking to the school district, and we have spring concerts, and we have STEAM nights, those are important events that administration have to be at for those types of things. And once again.
Well, we never got a pushback, we never said, this date is bad, let's do
You
this
set the
date.
dates and you invite us, but once again, we can
You
banter
gotta
back.
start somewhere.
I understand, we can banter back and forth, but I think we know between the school district and the board of selectmen and the town manager, the areas that we need to improve on moving forward. And that can be one of my goals as the next superintendent, is to work on these types of relationships with the school, meeting with the board of selectmen, both towns, working on that and meeting on a more regular basis so that we know where we are. Once again, we are now at June 15th. We need I really think we need to decide whether we can move a budget forward or not, or whether we have to go to a district meeting, which isn't gonna be good for anybody. And I can, once again, thank you for your opinion, for your legal counsel. I can quote the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, which is our governing body, which would, if we don't abide by, including unfunded mandates that we have to pay for, then we are the ones that are held responsible for that, and it is their legal opinion, which is the governing body of all school districts, and in accordance to Massachusetts General Law 71, Chapter 16B, and CMR 603.4, number 2, that the school-approved budget is supposed to be put on the floor. So we have a difference of opinion. We agree with that, and we could go round and round on the legal pieces. We need to.
Can I just clarify to make it
Sure.
shorter? I understand you keep on talking about that, and we're trying to move forward, but with that, we proposed what the school budget was. We did your above, we didn't do the above minimum, we did the matching for the operating budget and the transportation, we presented that to the town. The above minimum contribution is discretionary funds, okay? We don't have to give that to you guys, okay? That is something that the town elects to do. There is no matching for above minimum contribution between the two towns. So if West Brookfield decides to give you $1 million, we can decide not to give you anything, and we don't have to match it. The only thing we have to match is the operating budget and the transportation. That is the only thing. Discretionary funds are above and beyond, okay? They are not a part of your budget. That is not something you have to have. What the state sets and says, this is what you should be operating on, and this is what your transportation is, that's that. What we give above and beyond, in above minimum contribution, is the extra, okay? That we don't have to give to you.
The town,
And what it,
the voters don't have to give that to you.
Right.
and part of the process is to come in front of the board to get that approved.
It's
Same
a
thing with
recommendation,
FinCom.
Whether you recommend it or do not recommend it. The town has the authority to give that money. The voters of the town have the authority to give that money, not the board of
And they can go
selectmen.
less.
And they can go less, and they have gone less in the past, Dave, and we've reduced our budget by what the town voted. When the school committee approved budget went forward and the town said, no, we cannot afford this is what we can afford. The school committee adopted the budget that the town could afford, and then we made our cuts based upon that. Once again, we can go back and forth, our legal counsel and Desi would say that you have to put the school committee approved budget. Yours is gonna say we don't. Once again, I think we have a platform to move forward. I think we're in agreement that we have to start working together so we have a better understanding of where we are at the end of the day. But once again, we need to know whether we're moving forward on the 29th or not. And then we start to build our relationship moving forward from there. Because I think we have an opportunity here, I really do.
We do. And I want to, again, can we agree that we're going to move forward now?
Yep.
And let's look at what the budget is now and stop playing with the past and how we got here, and let's move forward.
Yep.
So, Mr. Schwanker, you had a question?
All right, so my first comment is unfortunately still about the past, because the school budget was not allowed to be voted and or debated on the floor at town meeting. So that's my comment on that. So you made a comment earlier about the 65 or so teachers that live in town, and we're not the largest employer in the town. There's 220 employees of the Quabog Regional School District. Now, I would argue that that is the largest employer of the town. I mean, okay, we have the old Warren Pumps, which is now Circor. But not every employee that works at Circor lives in Warren. So, I mean, apples and oranges. So I would disagree with you that.
Okay, if you want to debate about that.
The school is, you made a comment that they were not a large employer, and I believe
They
we are.
employ 63 employees that live in Warren.
Okay. And then you made a comment about the cuts and things like that in the budget. The school committee's role is to set the budget. If that budget number gets reduced and we tell the administration that we are taking $600,000 out of the budget, it's not even the school committee's purview or discretion or direction to tell the administration where those cuts take place. That's the administration's job. We set the budget, we give them a number, they have to work with that number. It's not even the school committee's role as the budget setters or the town. So those are just my 3 comments.
Yeah, but you still go through the budget with them.
We
So
go
it's
through the
not
budget
like-
with them, but they give us the budget that they feel is necessary to run the district. So, I hear that, all the other towns had level service, or all the other departments had level service. There were increases outside of fuel oil and electricity and things like that. The monthly electric bill at Warren Elementary is $10,000. The monthly electric bill at Quabog Regional Middle High School is $14,400. That's going up substantial. I mean, my electric bill at home is $600. I mean, and that's crazy for me. So the numbers that Quabog has are huge. With every other department getting a quote-unquote more or less level service budget, and the school having to cut the number that the administration gave the committee, is a result in a reduction of force of 12 people. That's not level service. That's a reduction in force. I mean, I don't know any other way to explain it. I mean, there are costs, just like every household, just like everything, costs go up. I mean, the problem is, with the school, everybody gets, you know, if you heat your house with oil, right? You get oil deliveries, you get 5 or 6 oil deliveries, you know, a winter, you get a couple hundred gallons. Warren Elementary gets 7,500 gallons delivered 5 times a year. Quabog gets 10,000 gallons delivered 5 times a year. You know, the school pays $2.90 a gallon versus the $4.80 that I pay as a resident. But it's still a substantial amount of money. And I think that's the problem is, you know, you look at the number, yeah, it's a big number. But it's a big operation. So, it's just.
How many
Right, thank you.
employees were brought in with ESSER money, the one-time ESSER money? I mean, I looked through here and I saw a number of.
Quite a few of them.
$720,000 of ESSER money
1 second.
on employees. So the problem is now the ESSER money's gone and now we're on the hook. The towns are on the hook for those
I
employees.
don't think we funded any positions with us.
Actually, you put it in your ESSER, that you funded those positions.
Yeah, I can tell you the positions that were funded through ESSER, part of it was sped. We had $300,000 move-in, just like you had a out-of-district tuition this year. We had a $300,000 move-in. I can tell you that a neighboring town had somebody move in for $150,000. They'd have a special town meeting to decide whether they're gonna fund that or whether they're gonna lay off 2 teachers mid-year. So there are difficult decisions. Ready is using ESSER funds for one-time expenses the most intelligent thing to do? No. But when you have to support the kids that are in your building and the needs in your building, those are tough decisions that you have to make. And unfortunately, there is a cost that's associated with that. I don't disagree with you at all, Rich. But in order to have more folks that are on the line of social work and guidance counselors, because there's been such a huge uptick in SEL needs for kids, I can tell you that the needs of kids are growing larger and larger every single day. So you have to try to remedy that. And by remedying that is trying to bring in people or retain people. Right? I can't cut an adjustment counselor for several different reasons. One, because we have laws that we have to abide by, like with special education students. But when you have those needs that are getting bigger and bigger and there's limited people that can do it, you have to figure out ways to bring people in to meet your immediate needs. And these, once again, these are the conversations that I think that we have moving forward. Nobody wanted to use the ESSER money to support these needs, but we need to make sure that we're supporting the kids that we have. Otherwise, you're gonna end up with out-of-district tuitions, like a $300,000 tuition that moved in, that we had to use ESSER funds to fund. Otherwise, we would have had to cut 6 teachers to do that. I mean, it's not something we want to do. I'd rather take the $600,000 and fix the steps at Quabog Regional Middle High School, which we don't ask the town for any capital improvement plans. I'd rather use that money to do that one-time fund. But we have to take care of the kids.
Why don't you ask for capital improvement?
And this is prior to your time, Jim, we provided,
David.
I'm sorry, David. We provided a capital improvement plan for the town for years, and not one thing was done on it.
Why not?
It was never.
Either there was no capital improvement committee or the current board of
Yeah.
selectmen at the time didn't look
It just
at it. I
wasn't
mean,
supported.
it was always submitted. I mean, every
That's
year
the-
we would
That's the
submit.
smart thing to do, is put these things as capital improvement plans, put money into it, and then fix it up.
Once again,
We
another
support
area
that.
for us to
Again,
work together
we
on,
support
right?
that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
because that's the smart thing to do, and that's the responsible thing to do.
Our
So-
words
Disagree
moving
with you.
forward that will be
Yeah,
taking
once again,
place.
that's
Thank you
another
very
thing
much.
that
We can work to that, that's easy.
Absolutely.
1 second,
No,
because
That's what I was
Ray
gonna say.
had
He's been
you next.
patiently waiting for like 20 minutes.
So, go ahead.
Hi, Ray Capacco. I am now on the Warren Finance Committee, but I'm speaking as a resident. There's too many things to address right now. I appreciate Mr. Duff's plea that rather than rehash past things, just a couple of quick observations though. I did attend sub-budget committee meetings since December, and it's my observation, and I could be mistaken in this impression because there could be conversations happening that I'm not privy to, but the school committee doesn't go through the budget, and I didn't see the school committee going through the budget other than receiving what the administration provides them and accepting it for all intents and purposes unquestioned. The only time I ever heard any comment from a school committee member pushing back on the proposed budget was when one of the school committee members said, and I don't have the quote right in front of me, but to the effect, this is too much. We can't, this budget's too much. We need to show the town some good faith. And immediately after that, the superintendent provided a revenue and expense sheet that showed what the numbers would look like if they eliminated two of the half-term, the half equivalent positions that was being proposed in that budget. And then there was a second R&E sheet provided that if they eliminated all of the proposed supplemental staffing that was requested in that budget. The school committee received those sheets, looked at them, and made no changes. There was no discussion. These meetings, the school committee meetings, are on YouTube. You can look at them yourself if you want to, for anyone who questions my observations. The budget subcommittee meetings are not recorded. Most of them aren't. Many of them weren't. And I don't know if there's minutes on the budget subcommittee meetings or not. If there are, I don't have those. I do have one more comment to make about the meetings, and I know this is rehashing past stuff. I know it's a little tedious, but just I have to set the record straight here publicly. In the December meeting with town officials from both towns, Pam Griffin clearly indicated that there is no way that the school is going to be able to get what they're going to be looking for. She didn't know the numbers then because no numbers were proposed. She explicitly asked for, there was a plea made by the school committee chair, by the budget subcommittee chair, that agenda items be requested so that they could be productive meetings. She asked for a copy at the next meeting of what the school was going to be looking for. And I will quote this in just a moment, that was the December 14 meeting. She asked about how to get particulars on the agenda. She reiterated comments regarding how there needs to be specific issues and/or questions so that everyone can come prepared. The February 1st meeting with town representation at that budget subcommittee meeting, Pam asked how she could get a copy of the draft budget. She had not been provided one. She also reminded subcommittee chair Jason that she had asked for a copy of what a level service budget would be for that meeting, so she could come prepared and everyone could be on the same page. Jason's response, and this is a quote, "I know Chris is working on it, but it's not done yet though. I know there were some things going on, but that's what we're expecting, and that's kind of our starting point. So yes, as soon as we have it." So that's on publicly accessible video recording, if anyone wants to question that. So I just want to set the record straight here about the communication. I know the school committee is troubled by what they perceive, this board at least, being less than transparent. But there is very good reason for this board up front here to be upset with the school committee for what they perceive as a lack of transparency. I know, I agree. We can go back and forth about this. We need to go back and forth about this, maybe not tonight. But there is plenty of problems with everyone in this room. And every time This is the most disclosure I've heard about ESSER funds being misappropriated, and let's call it what it was. They were misappropriated. You may have a legal right to make those decisions, but that is wrong to do. Those monies should not have been used to fund positions. And maybe the bottom line is this town cannot afford the services that the school claims that they need to provide to our children. Maybe they have to take a little step back. No one's going to propose that. I'll be the bad guy in the room, happy to do it, because that's the answer. The answer is we cannot afford this. If it wasn't for this board sending a message to the school, your $2.1 million above minimum contribution from 2 towns is dead on arrival. It is unacceptable. It is not tolerable. They did everyone a big favor. There is no way West Brookfield would have gone along with $888,000 above minimum contribution, and you know that. And you heard it explicitly, I heard it explicitly many times from Pam Griffin in those meetings. There's no way.
Ray, 1 second.
Yes.
You're going to address the board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My apologies. I'll recompose myself here, I'm sorry. Okay. West Brookfield should be grateful. There's no way that $888,000 number would have flown. And everybody in this room knows it. Thanks to the one committee member who spoke up and said we need to show the town something in good faith, even though nothing was done about it. And a question for later discussion, when I believe it was you, Mr. Burgess, who said to the administration in one of those meetings, can you take it back to your program directors or however you referred to other administrators, the principals basically, where are the areas that we can cut if the towns don't go along with this? We need to do some pre-work so that when if and when that happens, and you acknowledge that it probably would, that a lot of that pre-work would be done so that you would know what you can reluctantly, unagreeably start cutting on. But nothing was ever done to propose a budget that the towns would even begin to accept until apparently there was some meeting with West Brookfield and some contingency of the school representation 2 weeks ago. Was that a public meeting? I don't know. But somehow you were able to come up with this $430,000 number, even though ultimately it was only $364,500. And of course, it got put on town floor and it did get voted in. Okay. But I just had to say those things because when all you hear is the one side that the kids, they need this, they need that. Okay, if they really need it, come and make the case. No one wants to, look at, we've heard this I've been in town for 20 years. I've heard it every single year. And I'm saying it if no one else will. I'm tired of hearing Wolf cried. And finally, 1 year, when the town finally says, no, we're not doing this, all of a sudden 1.1 million can come off the budget. With cuts, okay, so be it. That is the way it needs to be, maybe. Anyway, I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Belize, you had something?
Yes. We spoke about the history, what was happening today. We talk about going forward, we're going to work together. That's really good. But now, we are falling into a situation where you have a number. You don't like it much because it's lower than what you need. Something is going on in the school that you need that money. The board may not recommend that number. I think tonight we are here to get this. We're running out of time. We should plan on doing that meeting, put that 609. We don't recommend it. You're not happy with it, but let the public choose. I mean, We have a lot of difference. It's a 6 right here in front of me. For you, it's a 9. I get it. I get all the frustrations everywhere. But we gotta solve it.
You got something, sir?
Real quick, Phil Landine, school committee. I want to go back to what Mr. Duff said a while ago. This basically just breaks down to, the select board going to put our budget on the floor on the 29th, whatever your meeting is. This is a basic yes and no. You know?
So we're hoping to, again,
We can
come
beat
to
this
a
up all we
number.
want, you know,
So-
you listen to this guy, and whatever, and you don't want to wait too long,
Well,
but, you know, but.
everybody has a voice here.
I know, I
including you,
understand that,
sir.
I understand that, but, you know, but the question is, can you keep doing this? Are you gonna, all we're asking, are you gonna put it on the floor on the 29th, I think it is?
So we're looking at that right now, and that's the purpose of this meeting, okay? I can tell you right now, the board's not comfortable with 609.
But that number's not gonna change, as far as we're concerned, that's already been set.
Well, set by you.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
set by us, but you guys can vote it down, the town can vote it down.
So-
Approved by Westbrook.
We present the number will be an article, so it will not be able to go up. Okay? Because again, it's already, the budget for every department has already been approved. The budget initially was put in as an article for the school, and that's how it will be presented again. So whatever we decide on today is gonna be the absolute top amount that gets presented in front of the town.
So, to get to
If they
my
choose, if they choose not to vote for it and they vote it down again, which I highly don't recommend that. Because again, with budgets, okay, if we vote for a number and the town votes for it, later on, at a special town meeting, you guys can always come back and say, hey, we have all these expenses, we need to take care of these, we're requesting to have some additional funds presented to the school. And you can request those funds at the end, just like every other town department does. So if you're running short, and you notice you're running short, we could present an article saying, hey, we need to get this much more for the school at the end. So if you turn around and say, hey, we need another $300,000, and you run through FinCom, you run past the select board, and we're like, yeah, okay, we see that, we see the support for that. Okay, you need to buy this, this, and this. Looks good. Present it. We're good with that. That makes sense.
That theory doesn't work, David, that theory doesn't work.
That's how the town
Because
works.
we're a district. Because we're a district, that theory doesn't work, okay? Well, I guess my question is, so I gotta leave. I got something I have to do. Are you gonna present, you're not gonna present 600, whatever figure, you're not gonna present the figure that the school committee is requesting? at
Again,
town
we're
meeting?
we're gonna discuss a number here.
When is that vote happening? I
We're
thought that
having
was
it
the
soon.
purpose of this.
We have
Is it-
people that keep on asking questions unrelated, and we have a young lady back there that had her hand up too that wanted to say something. So we're trying to give people opportunity to say what they need to say, just like everybody else. In our meetings, we give everybody a chance to talk. So, ma'am, you had something?
Yeah, Linda Beaudry, lived in town my entire life, and I've seen the budget, this is the first time I've seen it not in the omnibus budget. I was surprised by that. There have been times where it has passed in the budget just as it was. There have been times when that number went down based on what the community said that they could afford, but we didn't have that opportunity for our community to make that decision. And I'm wondering if, you just said it's going to be in an article, if we have a special, if or when we have a special town meeting, is there a reason why we're not letting people adjust as a community? There was a woman at the town meeting, the last town meeting that we had, that said that she felt as though the community wasn't given that opportunity to decide whether they could afford it or they couldn't afford it. I don't want my taxes to go up either, but I do see what's happening to our district. Historically, when a budget didn't pass in the past, We had a plethora of students that left our district and went to other districts, which pretty much, they never came back. Many of those students never came back. They went to Pathfinder, Tantascwa, they went to Quabbin, they went many places, and they did not come back because we couldn't provide them with the type of education that was expected by their families. The more that go away, the more it decimates our budget here within our district, so we need to be mindful of that. And I think living in the United States of America, it's important for us to let the people of the town make that decision. And they may go along with bringing the money down or leaving it just as it is, but I think they should have that opportunity.
So, great question. And you bring up something that with the decreasing number in the schools, and it's happening in all schools, numbers are decreasing. People are not having as many children anymore. So the number of students that are in the schools, a lot of them are school choicing, and some are being taught at home, or they go into trade schools or wherever. They're doing what's best for their families, and they can absolutely do that. But the number is going down. With that said, when a company's profits or a need starts going down, they decrease that funding. They decrease that services. The school is increasing theirs. With a lowering population, it's not increasing, so you're getting less students, but you're increasing the budget. So that doesn't make sense.
So not only am I a community member, but I work in the district. I left another district making more money to come here because I wanted to give back to my community. I'm very passionate about our school district.
So are you an employee of the school?
I am an employee of the school, yes, yep.
Thank you.
The social emotional learning, the deficit and the impact that COVID had, Mr. Duff mentioned that we have to have these counselors, it's multiplying. We have so many younger students coming in with major anxiety. It may look like, okay, we have less students, but we need more support. Quite honestly, we need more support. I think it's not just in this community, it's nationwide.
So I would say you should bring that to the State House and present that to them, because they're the ones that come up with that budget and that number. And right now, the ESSER funds are gone, okay?
Which was another administration that did that.
The pandemic is over,
Yep.
okay? Yes, there are long-term impacts of that, and we all understand that, but there's no funding for it anymore now.
I understand that.
So.
And I'm hopeful with Ann Govey being in the new appointed position that she has, that she'll take a look at how rural communities are being funded, and let's make a difference, because we need to do something sooner than later.
And we support that. We'd absolutely love to see more funding coming from the state and helping out with these things. My concern is only in our bubble of the town and the borders of Warren. I don't care what happens in West Brookfield. What West Brookfield does is their business. Don't care. What happens in Boston? I don't care. I don't live in Boston. What happens in Warren? I care about. Okay? I truly care about. And my kids, again, go to the school. I would do anything for my children. Unconditional love for them. Okay? I absolutely want to see them succeed, and I want to give them the best opportunities that they can have to do that. But I have to work within the constraints of what the town can do. The town can only afford so much. We all agree that we should be getting more money for the schools. There's a lot of mandates you guys get that are unfunded, okay? The state comes up with a new idea and they say, you guys got to do this. Well, that costs money. And you're going to do it because the state's telling you, if you don't do this, you're going to be penalized. But they're not giving you the money to do it, okay? But that burden can't always be taken on by the town. Because again, we have 5,000 residents that we got to deal with, okay, that pay the taxes in this community. And a lot of them, is it 60-something%, are below the poverty level.
And in order to get them above that poverty level, we need to stop thinking that people in that poverty level can't get out of that poverty level. And the best way we can do that is through education. 75% of people who are inmates right now they're illiterate, they can't read.
So that's a different topic.
It
to
is a
be
different
debated.
topic, but we're still talking about our school. And we're talking about these students who are coming from low-income houses into our school district, and we want to give them the best education that they can. Free, appropriate education is what it is.
And we'd love to do that.
So can I just make a comment to just maybe move this along forward?
Absolutely.
So the discussion is whether or not you're gonna have a meeting on the 29th. The discussion is the school budget. I understand you're gonna put it on as an article. So why would the article, if you can't raise an article, you can lower it. Why would the article not read what the school committee approved budget is that the town of Westbrook, let me just finish, that the town of West Brookfield has accepted to be debated on the floor in Warren at that number. If that number passes, the school then has a budget. If that number does not pass, we do not have a budget, we go to a 1/12 budget, we have a district meeting, where quite honestly, the school committee then resets the budget, and it can be a different number. So if it can't go up, why wouldn't you start at the watermark? Why wouldn't you start at the 6.0 whatever? Allow it to go down if somebody wants to make it go down, or vote and approve it, and we have a budget, and we move forward.
So, again, we have to do what the town can afford, okay? And
But that's
right
okay,
now,
voters.
raising the taxes to that point, to be able to support that type of number, is not doable. And this board has the responsibility to review that and identify a number that could be bearable for people.
But from what I understand.
And we can adjust it because it's above minimum contribution. We don't have to do what West Brookfield does. They can vote whatever they want. We don't have to match that. The only thing we have to match is the operating budget and the transportation above minimum contribution and discretionary funds, so we don't have to match that.
So that sounds like that's your
Just
decision.
and I apologize, I had to leave because I'm Phil's ride, so, sorry. Greg Morse, West Brookfield, I'm an educator and also the board, school board. Was it Linda? I'm sorry. So, I just want to add on to what Linda said, what Steve said, and something that Derek said. Very, very important. What I'm seeing here is, in my opinion, an attempt to kind of subvert democracy. So you have decided that your opinion is basically going to be what is going to be on the floor. And that is really not the way that should work. You should be in a position of recommending something, educating the citizens about the pluses and the minuses. But ultimately, at the end of the day, like Derek said, let the voters vote. Put on the number. If you're going to recommend it and you have a compelling argument for why it should be lower, then people will respond to that and they will vote accordingly. But it's really not fair, it's very undemocratic to decide ahead of time what the outcome is going to be. The message that you got from the first meeting when they voted down to 110 was, we don't agree with you. Why not let the voters vote? Let the voters have their say. That happened in West Brookfield. Pam Griffin stood up and said, hey, I'm speaking as Pam Griffin right now, not as a member of the Finance Committee. You know, I support this. So let the people vote. And I'm just really concerned about what I'm seeing here and what I'm hearing here. It's like it's all about me and us and the three of us. I have not heard a lot about the voters and the citizens making a decision that is really, really important to the community. And I just think you're going down a really, really bad path. If you don't think the voters can afford it, or you're going to say, hey, look, if you go to 609, this is what your tax is going to be, educate the voters. Let them make the decision. It should not be your decision. You can recommend, you can inform, but really it should not be your decision. So, just my own personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have anything else?
Drew King from West Brookfield, from Warren. I was from West Brookfield at one point. I kind of agree with him. Let the people decide. I think one of the biggest problems with putting that 509 is And I go to the town meetings and I see it as a small group of people that vote and decide on issues. And this would be really important that every single voter in this town go to those meetings and that we put as much information out to those people and spend as much time as any of us as an individual can do to get them to go to the meeting so it indeed is a group decision, not a decision by the 60 people that show up. Or the 85 people that show up that support the school versus the 15 that are saying, wait, we can't afford this. It needs to be, everybody needs to be there, and there needs to be a massive push to get everybody to go to these meetings. And in that frame, I would vote for putting up for the 509, but let's get everybody there.
They're presenting 609.
609, whatever.
No, I was just gonna say, well, I think it was the Leicester town meeting, they had 800 people there.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Love to get.
To Drew's point, if
We
we could
could.
get more people.
You can, if you work at it.
You tell
Well,
them-
I mean, we get the message out every week, and we've certainly promoted the town meeting.
Yeah, but it needs to be really promoted.
Yeah.
We're still All right, so two of our budget subcommittee members are leaving, so we've adjourned our budget subcommittee, so we're not, I'm not speaking as a budget subcommittee member anymore, but as a resident of the town of Warren, so.
So can you guys still make decisions?
I think we've already made our decisions. I think we've already.
We can't, to be very clear, Dave, just to be very clear, the budget subcommittee can't make a decision about either raising or lowering a school budget. It's the entire school committee has to do that. We can't arbitrarily agree to a number. It's against the law to do that. This isn't a full school committee meeting, this was a budget subcommittee meeting. The budget subcommittee meeting can't lower the budget.
Well, what we're here to do is work on the budget and
Well,
discuss
yeah, I
it.
know, but they obviously, they gave an hour and a half.
But we
to
can't,
discuss
but
it.
even as a budget subcommittee, we can't vote to change the budget. It has to be brought forward to the full committee to be voted.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, may I ask just the school district? I'm assuming that the budget that I received on June 7th from Rob Minor, that's the certified budget. Is that correct? Yeah. Because there's a different budget here. Looks like in transportation. This is not certified, correct?
This is not certified, this is what we said that we wanted.
Okay. Okay, all right. But, so we can only act on the certified number?
Yeah, sir.
Certified
But
budget?
you can choose to
Okay,
reallocate
all right.
funds.
It's the same, cost.
It's just a question of where you get it from.
I know,
So I'm gonna advise the board that they can only act on the certified budget. Okay.
We would be willing,
Okay.
I think
I understand
on the
that.
floor, because it's gonna be the same number. It's just a question of whether you take it from wherever you take it from.
Yes.
Jim, do we not have a copy of that in the binders?
Okay, yeah.
Do we have a copy of the one that they're going to talk
Right,
about?
right. This one that they have 90% on, we should discard that.
Can I have a copy of that one though, so that I can?
I get you.
No. copy of the one that we can discuss.
This is the one you can discuss.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got
yeah,
it.
yeah.
The one that's in the binders.
All right. So what are we debating here?
So the only one that is
It's the one that's
certified
in your
is the one that's in your
binders.
binders. So this other one that was placed, I don't know if you guys got a copy of this, 90%,
Yes.
that is not a certified
So if you
budget.
look in your front part of your binder.
That's right, I think I
Okay,
got that.
that's where you got that.
Yep.
Which is the 609.
Correct.
903.
Correct. And the transportation is 888, 904.
Why is transportation going down?
Reimbursement rate went up.
Okay. So you're saying that a 90% reimbursement rate brings ours down by,
$29,000.
but you have 54,000-ish here.
That would be between the two towns.
That's total.
I got one.
No, that's Warren.
Okay, look at that, Jim.
So that's from last year.
This is at 85%.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
at 90%.
This is that. You're right.
Yep.
So last,
Sorry, I
so-
don't
so-
understand what you're.
So Rich, one of them, the one in the binder is at 85%, the one on the regular desk is at 90% reimbursement.
So Rich, every
Right,
year,
but I'm
every
looking
year
at
the
the-
state, so I can explain to you. Every year the state determines what the reimbursement rate is for transportation.
Yep.
Last year it was like 73%. So if our transportation is $1 million and they're reimbursing it at 73%, that's what the town is on.
Yep.
If it's $1 million and it's reimbursed at 90%, that's a different figure. So the reimbursement rate is going up, therefore the percentage that the town has to pay changes.
Okay, so
So
23
that's-
was a lower reimbursement
It was
rate.
a much lower reimbursement rate. So when regional school districts were formed, how many years ago, and they started this whole regional transportation, it was to be reimbursed at 100%.
Yeah, I know.
Schools or towns were not supposed to pay for regional transportation. That, in the 14 years that I've been on this school committee, has never taken place. 90 this year with our new governor is the highest that I've seen it in the 14 years that I've been on this committee. So, I mean, they're talking about 100, but look, we don't even know what the number is from the state yet. I mean, we don't even know what our money is from the state. So, I mean, we're kind of still at June 15th guessing what our budget's gonna be from the state. I mean, we've got a pretty good idea. It's gone through the House, it's gone through the Senate. It's going back to the governor. Governor has her time to make any changes or whatnot. We're pretty sure we know what our number is, but we still don't really know what our number is.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a risk for us to assume 90%.
No, because the Senate went, the House went through at 90, the Senate went through at 90, and the governor is pushing 100. So I think the
So you think-
baseline is 90.
Okay,
You know,
all right.
So, and in the past, any excess transportation reimbursement had always gone
Come
back to the
back to
town
the town.
anyway. So we've always wrote checks and given the town back that money to, potentially use for the assessment of the next year.
But that's how our warrant article was always.
Yeah,
written.
yeah, we always have that one. Yeah.
So for the transportation budget, we're looking at going at $858 and $96.
No. 888.
Oh, yeah,
888, 994.
but that was the
Where's that?
June 5th one.
Right, that's a certified one. That's the one you have
That's
to go off
certified.
of. That's a certified budget.
Right, so what we were
But
saying.
you're bringing in front of us
Oh, no,
another one.
We're bringing the certified budget in front of you, that's the budget. What we are saying with this budget is we could make an amendment to the budget
There you
to
go.
up transportation
That's the budget we're
90%,
talking
which would
about.
bring that overall assessment down to 580 with the 29 from regional transportation.
The total assessment to the town.
I'm just looking at, as far as the article being written, it's for the 888, 994 then?
Yes.
Correct.
For transportation?
Yes.
Okay, not the,
Or if you wanted to write
858.
it at the lower, if you wanted to write it at the lower number, you could do that as well, but the above minimum contribution would still be 609, but it just frees up $29,000 in cash, because you're moving it from your transportation reimbursement. When that goes up, then the other number comes down. That's all. It's a little confusing, Dave, and I.
Yeah, because I'm like,
It can be confusing.
because your above minimum contribution is the same exact thing on
It
both of
is.
them.
Either way, it comes out to the same thing. It just comes down.
So where's that $29,000?
It's your local assessment, is what it would be. It comes out of your local assessment, so rather than assessing at the 609, you assess at the 580. You take 29 from the transportation reimbursement, which is that 5% increase for your reimbursement, which is $29,000, and you put that on top of your 580, and you end up at 609. It's honestly, it's
I'm
a
just
shell.
looking at the best, because, again, it has to be an article, so you have to put the number in.
Look at the bottom line
So it's gonna,
assessment to the town.
it's gonna be
Consists of all three
888
numbers.
in an article.
888, yeah, in the article.
Okay, so the certified copy.
Yeah.
Certified copy.
Yeah, that's what we have to go with right now.
Okay.
And
All right.
anything in addition, the town will get back anyways, because that's the way the
Yeah.
warrant article's written.
Yeah, you get it either way.
Well, the reason I gave it to you tonight was because when you look at the 609,903, it's actually, if you chose to take that reimbursement out of that, it would actually lower the above minimum, so it wouldn't be 609,903.
It's the same amount.
The total assessment is the same.
It's the same total
It's-
assessment. It
yeah,
doesn't
it's-
matter.
Thank you.
It's good.
All right. So, again, we're not debating your budget as far as, the only thing was debatable was the above minimum in the process. Okay? I think we all agree that the process, it got stressful for everybody. Okay? And I think we're willing to work with you guys in good faith also. All right? You guys showed us some good faith. You came down on your number. We appreciate that. Okay? And nothing is ever personal here. It's trying to do the best thing we can do for everybody in our community. Not just the school, but everybody. And, we're looking at the numbers, and you guys did do good faith on that. We good with that?
So we're gonna fix it at these numbers here.
Proposed now.
The certified copy.
Right.
So how much, if we do the 609, 903? What's
So-
that impact?
So I did an analysis, I sat with the town accountant, and basing it upon the raising and appropriated articles at town meeting, which was a little over $60,000, which was spent at town meeting. This is a real rough estimate, and this is based off of new growth. So Karen, I hope there's a lot of new growth in the town of Warren. You're looking at the 609,903 number, an average increase of a single-family home that has a value of $250,000, an increase anywhere between, estimated at $150 to $250
Per year.
Per year, yeah. So that's an average increase, and that's an estimate. It's all based upon new growth too. If
Guys
we
are
get a lot
killing
more
me.
new growth, then it could go down. If new growth is similar to last year, then it's going to be somewhere around that number.
What are your thoughts?
David?
I just wonder
Yes, ma'am.
how-
Please identify yourself before you.
I'm Lauren Benenda, interim superintendent.
Thank you.
You said it's a rough, really
Yes.
rough estimate,
Yes.
so it's hard to make a decision, I think, on a really rough estimate.
Mhm.
That sounds like a bigger increase than I would think for that small amount of increase on the 609, 903.
Yes, but you have to look at the overall operations of the town. This is not just based off of your budget. This is based off of the whole town's budget. So the whole town's budget increased roughly around 3%, okay? And then obviously your above minimum request, just Warren's alone, is over 16% increase from last year. So cap all that together, all of that spending, you're looking at anywhere between $150,000, $150 to $250 in that range. And it's depending on new growth too, what we have for new growth.
So last year it was 523, 142.
Right.
And this year, you said 609, 903, but
Right.
still knowing that there's extra money coming back in transportation, that is not considered a very large increase. I would just say that.
17%.
16%.
It's still not very, I mean, people knew it was going from 523 to.
When everybody else's budget went up 3%.
Right, but
That's considerable.
again, you understand that there are cost of electricity, specialized tuitions, there are things.
So everybody else has to pay for electricity and fuel and everything
Right,
else.
but not ex-
So,
Not everybody
but
else
again,
has to pay for the unfunded.
And on the same,
Yeah, and
on
those
the
are getting
same- On the
ridiculous.
same principle, interim superintendent, you may get additional state aid too. There's no question that I feel confident in saying, after speaking with, some state people today, that you may see an increase in rural aid. And you may see some additional funds this fall, as soon as potentially this fall. So you're gonna benefit from that as well.
That'd be great for our kids if it comes in, Jim. I'm looking forward to that.
Can I just say about Jim on that, but that's too late for, this particular budget. So I'm not from here, I come from the city, as you know. And, yesterday, several teachers stopped me to ask me this question. And the question was, do you really agree that this school district is a jewel? They wanted to know that. They wanted to know from an outside person looking in with a lot of years of experience, do I agree? And I said, I do agree. And they said, really? And they said, why? And it's because with very little funding, they're able to provide very unique programs and that no other school district this size is able to provide at the budget that you have. And I really worry, and I'm just the interim and I'll be leaving, but I worry about this district because I see the work that's being done here and how proud people are that they live in this district and how proud they are and what the kids do. That if it doesn't go on at the 609, 903, you will begin to have people leave this district because what brings them here is what you got here. And even though there may be an increase, as you say, for taxes, people want to live in a town that's successful. They want to bring their children here. If you start decimating programs, there's going to be a movement right away, and people don't come back. So,
Well, I appreciate that comment, and I come from a city too.
yes.
I believe this whole town is a jewel, not just the school district.
Yes,
The
I
whole
agree.
town
Absolutely.
with the school district
Yes.
included. So we have to be mindful of that as well.
Yes, I think that's true, but I think the school district is a one big reason why families will move in.
Or stay.
Or stay, yes.
We support each other, and that's what the bottom line is,
Yeah.
is we support each other. The school supports the community supports the school. We have the opportunity to continue to support each other. And like I said when we first started, I think that's what we need to do. I think
Yeah.
that we need to support each other. The school does a lot for the community because we are part of the community, and we need to support each other at this point.
So, I like the numbers. As a resident, I live in an average house. It's not the big ones, it's not the smallest ones, but an average house. If the 609 passes, I'm gonna be paying $33.83 more every month. So about $450 a year, if the 609 passes. As a resident, I could say $35 a month is worthless for the kids. But somebody in lower income could be a problem.
And that's with the other articles too as well, Mr. Velez, that's the entire budget, not, the school isn't pushing it to 150 to 250, that's the entire budget.
No, that's it, but I'm talking about the 609.
Yeah, but the 609 isn't driving it to the 152. There's money that's incorporated in that 609, the money that the town spent on town floor. Right? So it's not the school that's driving it to the 150, 250. It's a combination of all of the departments within this town that drives our budget. It's not just the school. Is the school the biggest portion of it? It absolutely is. Nobody's gonna deny that. That's reality. But it's not just the school that drives our tax rate. It's the fire department, police department, libraries, veteran, the council on veterans. Everything drives it, and they're all very worthy causes. But we have to work together to make sure that we're supporting each of our organizations, which obviously the board is trying to do, and the school district's responsibility is to advocate for our kids and make sure that we're providing the services for our kids that are residents and citizens of our towns.
And I just want to say, I know you were talking, Dave, about, you know, the elderly and what they think about it, and the low-income families, but that's us looking at them and saying that they would make this decision. We have to let them tell us, because I can tell you there are low-income families that would give their last penny to the school because of the services that the school gives to their kids. So if they would come out, if they come out and vote, they should have that right to say, look at, you know, we don't have a lot of money, but I'm going to give that money to the school because of what they're doing for my children. And I just think if we don't put the number down, we're denying those very people that you're representing and saying that, you know, they can't afford it, but we're denying them to be able to say that and to feel that they came out and they did a vote that helped their child in a school.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have anything else to say? Any other comments? No? Okay. So, what are you saying?
If we can, I think it was commented about putting the lid on the 609. Yeah, that would be okay.
You good with the projector?
Yeah, like I said, let's do that meeting before we spend more money on things, and 609 is the number, and let the people decide.
Well, 609, 903.
903.
Not
I was
just
gonna-
609.
I was gonna
There's
correct you.
$903 in there too.
Okay, 610.
610.
No, it's gotta be 609, 903, because if it doesn't match, we don't have a budget.
I always go up a little bit more.
So, okay, so I think we're willing to support that, okay? It's gonna be presented as an article, because that's how it was presented initially, okay? So when we write the article, we'll write it as your operating budget, just like before, the 609, 903 for the above minimum, and then the transportation of the 888, 994. Okay?
With that,
Say again?
there's with that, there's a capital debt payment of 140, 330, 334.
Yep.
And does that, Dave, does that have to be motioned and voted on, or?
We're gonna do that right now, but
Okay.
we're still discussing it, so.
Okay.
Again, you guys came down halfway, all right, from the $1.2 million. We're still not happy with this number, okay? It's a lot. It's a lot for our community. In the end, the residents are gonna have to vote. They can vote for a lesser amount. They can propose a lesser amount at this special. You cannot increase it because it is an article, so it can't go up from there. But it can go down. So there's a risk with this also, as you know. We can't guarantee it, that you're gonna get the 609 in the end, okay? But we can push that forward to let the rest of the town vote on that now, all right? I think we've all done our due diligence, and we've worked hard at this. And, what's that? I just hope in the future, we can come to this agreement very early on, before an annual town meeting, and present a good number for the town to work with. And we understand you guys are doing the best you could possibly do. And Mr. Duff, we absolutely love you, okay? You're an amazing person, and you fight for the school. And if I was working for the school, or if I was a student there, you know, you absolutely have our respect for that, okay? And we appreciate all you do. with this going forward, let's all agree to work on this early on, meet regularly so we don't have this issue again, that we come to an agreement and we work to a budget that works for everybody. We can present the number and we give out all the information. Because our job is giving out the facts to everybody and presenting what the budgets are. I'll say I am disappointed that we're not getting a breakdown of the budget overall like we've received in the years past. Understand the reasoning. Changes happen, policies change and stuff. I think that's something that should be a definite in future budgets because people need to understand where the money's going and why certain amounts have to go up, okay? Because when we look at this, you're just saying we need this, but we don't see why you need that. We don't see the breakdown of where that money goes. One second. So it's really important for all the town to understand that and see that. We are very transparent with our budget, okay? We are very transparent with we just did an audit, a management audit. And the state came in, reviewed everything through the town. You know, tore apart every little part and aspect of the town, made really good recommendations, and we're in the process of implementing those recommendations to save the town money. Because overall, things like that can tell us where we're not doing so well, or where we can improve things. So we never see those as a negative, we see that as a positive. Tell us what we're doing wrong, and tell us how we can improve it, and we'll do that. We'll do the best we can to save all our residents money, okay? And, you know, in the end, we all pay taxes here. Nobody wants to see it go up, okay? I absolutely don't want to see my taxes go up, all right? But things do get expensive. And we understand the situation you guys are in, but you need to tell us that. Because I can't go in your house and say, tell me what your bills are, because I don't know what they are. You have to tell me what they are so I can understand what your budgetary requirements are. And that's what this board is asking, is discuss it with us. Tell the public why you need this money. And they're more apt to say, okay, we support this. Give it a budget and say, we need this money and that's it. People are gonna get defensive. But if you say, we need this money because we have new requirements by the state that are unfunded, this is happening, our fuel expenses went up $200,000 per quarter, this is, break it down, explain to us why that's a need. And then we can sit there and like, oh, okay. By saying, well, you hold budgetary meetings too, okay? We have a lot of meetings. We're running an entire town, okay? We're doing the best we can also. We can't run to all your meetings all the time because we got other meetings too. This is where the school kind of helps us out, just like every other board and department does, is, hey, this is where we are. Do you know the police department? Every month gives us a status of their budget and what's going on with them. Fire department, same thing. Tells us what their vehicles are doing, how many arrests they've done, a breakdown of everything, okay? Those are two of our biggest departments. Highway departments, always keeping us fulfilled. Always meeting with him, giving him updated statuses on what the budgets are, new requirements, new needs, where money is, if we need to get more money, or grants. We'll absolutely help you in any grant we can. We are very proactive with grants. And as you see, you've already gotten a grant for the elementary school. I know, because I signed it. Okay, and
So I just want to make one point.
We are good for that.
Yeah, I want to make one point though, Dave.
Yes, sir.
The administration, the school's responsibility, you are to the police department, to the fire department, to the Aging on Veterans Council, as the school committee, the highway department, as the school committee is to the schools themselves. So we have to report as a school to the school committee every month on the exact same things that you're talking about. And I respect the gentleman in the back that spoke about going line by line. Every administrator has to sit down with the budget subcommittee and go line by line by line. I had a nurse who did not use the $100 for a professional subscription that the school committee took away from me, even though I said, I'm gonna make her do it this year. She hasn't used it in 2 years, it's gone. So the schools
It's reasonable.
do, just so that you do know, the schools do go through that. In the school committee, I have to go every year and fight for whether I can get an increase in a single line item. If I want textbooks to go from $2,000 to $2,100, they ask me why that's important. So I want you to know there is a check and balance that is in place, and we have to report to the school committee. I myself and Ms. Provost and all of the departments within the school, to the school
Technology,
committee,
facilities,
every single
cafeteria,
month.
everybody.
So know that process, there is a checks and balance in that process. And when we ask for a budget, we have to go through the school committee and they say, what is it that you need? And why do you need it? So there is the check and balance there. I don't want you to think, I know you check in with the fire, police, highway, they check in with us every single month to see where we're at, so that you do know that.
And that's great. Just include us in the process. Let us know what's going on. So we have an idea too. So when it comes to your budget, because you are the largest budget, and that is, there's no debating that.
As every school is in every town in the country.
The schools
You
take
know.
up a majority of the budgets in every community, okay? But just talk to us. We resolved so much today in 2 hours that we could resolve in the past and not have even been here today, okay? We could have done this and worked this out. Just give us that opportunity in the future. We want to work with you. We want to do this. We do have a responsibility to the entire community. So don't be mad at us when we say, oh, you gotta put the brakes on a little bit, because that's gonna hurt. That's really gonna hurt everybody. And we do have a responsibility to the community to say that, and do that. But at this point, we're okay. I'm still not okay with the 609, but you guys came down. Okay, it's not the 1.2, it's better. Next year, we're gonna do even better.
And I'm not okay with the 609 either, just so that you're
I
aware
know,
of that.
I know. You
think
want
we
$2
need
million.
to- I don't want the $2 million, I want the level service for our kids. But once again, we meet in the middle and compromise, and I think, like I said, we have a good spot to move forward from here with our level of communication, and I'm telling you, that's what you will get.
And we agree to that? And as long as we can agree with that in the future, I think we can vote on this. Oh, Mr. Bleak, what's the second?
I just want to recommend to both sides that we educate and do a big promotion, but can we channelize it like we will do it through the town's website and, you know, and you guys do it through that? I don't want to see, you know, teachers, PTO posting things and saying a lot of things that, so
Well, you
so
can't
it
control
sounds
the
like
PTO.
I was
official.
saying, we can't control what the
You can't
PTO
control
says.
I understand, but you know,
That's-
just, you know, like let them know that you will channelize on your side, we will channelize on our side. And it's not gonna be like a political party. We yellow, you green, and we start fighting in the internet. No, it's just education and, you know, try to bring what the exactly thing is, it's all this about. So, you know, I'm recommending trying to channelize the education.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a reminder, the town treasurer, Don Swistak, needs a breakdown of the capital bond debt payment. So the 140,334, she needs a breakdown of that. She's been asking Chris for that, so she definitely needs that moving forward.
When she need it? What's the deadline?
As, you know, soon, you know, within the next week or two.
So
Does anybody else?
You make a motion or you?
Does anybody else have any comments before we vote on this? No? Okay.
All right. So I'll make a motion to present the following amounts at the special town meeting. Warren minimum local contribution, $2,886,067. Above minimum contribution, $609,903. Transportation, $888,994. and capital bond payment, $140,334.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
What about the meeting?
About what?
We
You
have
gotta
to do the
set, you gotta
meeting.
set a date for the meeting.
All right, I'll make a motion to hold the special town meeting on June 29th at 7 p.m. Oh, yeah.
Second,
It's too late for 6.
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The special town meeting is set for June 29th at 7 PM to vote on the school budget.
So we have one more
Where's,
motion.
where's that meeting taking place?
One more motion.
Where it usually is.
The townspeople might not know that, Mr. Dufresne. I know where it is, you know where it is,
It's
but the
gonna
people
be-
watching might not
It's
know
gonna
where it
be at
is.
the Warren High School, sir,
At the-
as usual.
Well, Warren High School is here. Quabog Regional Middle High School
Yes.
auditorium is down the street.
All right,
Okay.
so you said, as said, moved.
Just-
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, if the board would entertain one other motion just to close the warrant.
Okay,
Oh, I'll make a motion to close the warrant for the special town meeting on June 29th.
Thank you.
Second,
all in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously, and the warrant is closed, and there will be no more adjustments to the warrant. So, anybody that wants to throw something on there now, can't.
Too bad.
It's done.
Oh, I wanted to propose at 6.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen,
Thank you.
and motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn
The
the
school-
school meeting, budget meeting.
Okay.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. We are adjourned.
You're 4 minutes from behind your next meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody, welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting for June 15th, 2023. It is 6:19 p.m. on Thursday. I apologize, we're getting a late start. We had a long meeting with the school budget and the school committee and the superintendents and the principals. But we were able to work something out, so that's good news, and we were able to present some numbers to be voted on June 29th, 2023, at a special town meeting at 7 p.m. So you'll be able to vote on the school budget then.
Where's that meeting again?
That is going to be at the Quabog Regional Middle High School here in Warren. Just in case you wanted to know.
I did, yeah.
All right, can I please have everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Okay. So, first thing on the agenda is to review the other post-employment benefits, OPEB declaration of trust and agreement with a possible vote and sign the agreement. Okay. I have two agendas here. Mr. Farrar?
Thank you, Mr.
Three
Chairman.
agendas. Do you have an agenda?
We have as part of the OPEB article that was supported at the town meeting this May, as part of our fulfillment and obligation to setting up the trust fund, there is a declaration of trust agreement that needs to be signed by the treasurer and the Board of Selectmen and witnessed by the town clerk. This agreement will be on display in the town clerk's office for 90 days prior to any transfer of funds into the declaration. The town had approved $25,000 to start the account. The $25,000 is the start of an OPEB trust account that is going to be administered by the treasurer of the town. The OPEB trust account is to address the current growing deficit and the unfunded pension liabilities in excess of $5 million the town has. This is the agreement that is required to start that article that was supported at the May town meeting. This agreement has been reviewed and drafted by town council and will be, again, on display for the public for 90 days from the date of today, 90 days moving forward before funds can be transferred into the OPEB trust account, even though it was approved at the town meeting.
Okay. And this was one of the requirements that the state said.
Part of the requirement of the state.
With the management review.
Yes.
This is one of the things that they recommended that we take care of.
Sure.
Did you have anything further on this, sir?
No, we do have in the audience tonight the treasurer, the town clerk, to do the signatures simultaneously with the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, I don't.
Do you have any questions on it?
No, sir.
Anybody from the public have any questions about this? No? All right. So do a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve and sign the OPEB Declaration of Trust and Agreement.
Second?
All in favor?
Rich Ihacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's?
Aye. David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. ladies. You're welcome.
Lock it, come back in.
You forgot to tell that everybody who sits in the front row get 5 points.
Just like riding on a school bus. Nobody wants to sit in the front row. You're still on camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You're still in-
further away.
See, there you go.
Right?
Now you're on camera.
Oh, yeah. That's
So we're gonna have to do is put cameras in the back row now.
Yeah.
Or the side views.
Get a longer cable.
Actually, we'll just take that first row of chairs out. Then they'll be in the
They'll
first
have
row.
one row in the back.
Give it to you. Give me a copy or whatever I will. on Monday or Yep. Tuesday, and Yeah, I'll we'll have do it that. on display. All right, let me go lock your door, please. Thank you.
So we're good with that?
Yes.
All right. All right. Next thing on the agenda is discussion and possible vote to allow Joyce Ihacker to represent the town at a public hearing with the Telecommunications, Utilities, and Energy Joint Committee at the State House regarding 2 bills that are being reviewed. Okay. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Dave.
Would you like to discuss something about this?
So,
Just so you know who you are.
my name is Joyce Ihacker, the Chair of Warren Conservation. Been active with the town for 16 years, been really involved in solar legislation. And right now, there is a bill, 2 bills, they mirror each other, one in the House, one in the Senate. And what they are asking to do is to remove the language from the Dover Amendment that says no unreasonable regulation of solar, which was meant, it clarifies it and that it was originally intended for home use. And what it's saying is that towns can reasonably regulate solar for health, safety, the usual, right? And also to protect forest and farmland. You can't unreasonably regulate anything, and there still will be an issue, but it does give a little more power back to the towns, which was taken away with the assumption that you can't unreasonably regulate. There's a group of people across the state that have organized, and we're all trying to we're all trying to go to the State House and testify. There's limited time. The House and the Senate are at odds with each other right now, and they refuse to hold hearings together. So there's a hearing on Tuesday, and then there's a hearing on Wednesday. I don't know how we're gonna divvy up who goes when, but that seems the situation. But I would love to be able to go. A few people have put together some version of scripts that we can go veer off a little bit, but essentially, we would like to go and be there in person and support this bill. And I'd like to do that as a representative of the town of Warren versus an individual, because it certainly would be more powerful.
So, again, you are an absolute, you're who I would want representing the town in this subject. You are knowledgeable about this subject. You've kept everybody aware of everything going on and the updates, and you've been a warrior for this subject and the community. And I couldn't think of anybody better to represent this town other than you for that. And I appreciate you doing that. And my understanding was Rich is gonna be doing all the chores while you're gone. So part of this amendment is that he does all the cooking and the cleaning and everything else to give you the time to be able to prepare for it.
Absolutely.
Me cooking is not a good thing.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
He's gonna run and get the restaurant food. I think it's great.
I would help Richard, but I can't, I have to do my own. You are an asset to our town. I can't think of anybody else better to represent the town like you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, remember your wife, so you're
Yeah,
good.
I'll ditto all that. The other thing I'll ask is, would it help to have a letter of support from this board when you go there?
So the second part is, we could also submit written testimony, which is on the following Friday. I think we should do both. And
Okay.
so I can put together language, and then maybe we can submit it on town letterhead.
Okay. We can do that. Yeah, absolutely.
And then that way they'll have, because one of the committees isn't going to have me at their hearings. I'm not showing up for both days. I just can't do it. So.
Yeah, I can cook and clean for 2 days.
You got it. We're voting on it.
Yeah.
All right. Again, when it comes to recusal, you don't need to recuse yourself
Yeah, I was gonna
because
say-
it is not a financial
Financial.
benefit to your family or anything. There's no monetary change here. There's nothing going on with that, so there's no need to recuse. All it is a policy thing, and nobody's benefiting personally from it.
Correct.
So there would be no need to recuse, in my opinion. So.
Second that.
All right, so I'll make a motion to allow Joyce Highhacker to represent the town at a public hearing with the Telecommunications, Utilities, and Energy Joint Committee in Boston. The
Second.
State House.
All in favor?
Rich Highhacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously and absolutely represent us well, as we know you will.
Try to do that. Thank you.
And whatever you need in support of this, we're there for you.
Okay,
All right?
all right.
Rich got the cooking and cleaning down, we're good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
No.
Thank you. Next thing is the emergency management report. Yep, Jim.
Come up to the front.
Yeah, thank you.
Get my 5 points.
Yes. 10 points. 10 points because I'm gonna zoom on you.
Just identify who you are and what your position is.
I'm Jim McKeon, the Emergency Management Director now. Present my, actually I got April and May reports. April 1st, we had our town readings clinic. Helped out that a little bit, parking and whatnot. The next day, the siren test. And a fire on Washington Street. We helped to close off the road for a short period of time. And then following weekend, the Easter egg hunt, which went very well attended. Also, quite a few, certain numbers, had about 6 people, a couple people from our neighboring Charlton team too came up. Sturbridge sent a motorcycle officer to help out. And then also we attended a stress management training class with Sturbridge CERT. Then our monthly meeting on the 26th, we showed off the newer trailers we have, just got from the following grant. About 6 members attended that. And on 30th, we helped Sturbridge again. They had a canoe race, just providing some assistance with parking and stuff. We've been working quite well with Sturbridge and Charlton teams, and they come and help us. That was April. May, did the siren test again, successful. Then on the 10th of May, we started talks with West Brookfield's emergency management team. They're starting up a small little team to be able to rehab some firefighters and open a small shelter if need be. They're starting to work on that, but they're still, they're gonna work with our CERT team too. We're gonna still keep assisting them in our public events up there and helping them out. Then on the 17th, I attended a NEMA workshop, learning about incident action plans, having pre-meetings and stuff, basically pre-planning everything out, all parties involved, which we've started doing in both towns, different events. Then we had the Asparagus Festival, helped out with that, in West Brookfield, and our monthly meeting, and then the two Memorial Day parades. Our Memorial Day parade went very well. We had about 8 members help out. Good presence of CERT. We had a lot of streets to close off and stuff to help the police. The same in West Brookfield the following day. That was pretty much what we've done in the last 2 months. Having a better presence of CERT people able to help out.
Very good. Thank you very much. And you guys are still taking on members? If somebody wants to join the CERT team, and how would they do that?
You can contact me by email. That's the best way. Email them information, get their information and stuff. I'll start. I got a couple people that were kind of just starting as they come to meetings and then training as they come.
So definitely, if you guys, anybody wants to join the CERT team within the community or volunteer to help, contact Jim Kean, and he will help you out with the process. We are definitely looking for more people. The more, the better. We're always looking for people to volunteer for stuff. So definitely look them up if you want to help, even if it's a little bit, a couple hours here and there a month. Those couple hours definitely help.
They help out as towards getting grants and stuff for the community.
Yeah, and that's another thing, because like if the town wants to see more grants, we need more participation. So doing an hour or two or here and there definitely helps your community, helps all all of us. So definitely get with Jim McKeon, great guy. You guys will love him, very easy to get along with. And you've been doing an amazing job with everything within our community. Only if we can clone you and get more Jim McKeons running around, the town would be far better off right now. Although I don't think your wife would want that. She's like, one's enough. Thank you very much, sir. Did you have anything else to add?
Just got the light tower registered yesterday, all set with that. And our trailers too, if any department needs to move in items in the closed trailer, let me know. We got one trailer with ramp available to use. The other trailer's getting ready, going to be worked on for the flood control devices, sandbags and tools and stuff.
And you just attended that training too?
Yes.
With the levy training and flood control, and which is a requirement that we need to have something, and you've been doing great working on that and getting the trailer stocked up too. Because that's one of the things, having the levy down by the Wrights Mill complex, we got to maintain that as a community.
Yes.
And one of the agreements is to have a supplied trailer in case of a flood or a breach of the levee, and we can control that better. And you received that training?
Yep. In Army Corps of Engineers, they haven't done a training like that in this area since like 2014, so it's been a while. They might be doing some more outreach programs, so keep an eye on. Attend them if they come across.
So now we gotta make sure nothing happens to you in our community, because like, if that levee ever goes, you're the guy that knows what needs to be done, so, keep them safe. Did you have any questions?
I do not, no.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a comment.
No?
Jimmy, you're being very humble. When I read your report, it drives me of excitement. All of the things that you do are exciting. You and your team are why a lot of the things in Warren happen safely. And that's very important. Be proud of it, okay? Don't be shy. Show off, because what you do, it's a lot.
Well, like I said, we're at every event some way, a couple of us doing something.
It takes a lot of coordination, and it's definitely,
It's a lot behind the work.
thankfully to your leadership and your guidance with helping these people, you know, and getting all the volunteers and members organized to do it, because everybody has their own personal lives and trying to get people to go and, you know, working out all the background details and stuff. There's a lot of behind the scenes work that you do. And I'm sure your wife can attest that there's probably a lot of time that you're dedicating that she would rather be spending with you doing something else. But thank you very much.
Not wet.
Oh, wait, I think he was hinting here.
Not yet.
But also thank you very much for sharing your husband with the town too.
Boyfriend.
Well, boyfriend. Husband soon. Husband soon. I just married you two. It's done. As a town official, can I do that?
You may be
I
able to.
don't know, can I?
You gotta get a one-day license.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you very much for everything you do. Did you have anything else for us?
We'll talk about the report later on.
Yep.
Okay. All right, yeah, this
Well, actually,
covers that.
it's
That's next. So sit right there.
Okay.
Another 10 points.
All right, so that was the emergency management report. And now we're on to review and possible vote on the comprehensive emergency management plan agreement. This is something,
I sent you the entire agreement because it's 76 pages. So I
Mr.
did-
Jim McKeon has been, you didn't print it?
I did print the whole thing.
Huh?
It's right here. Did you want to look at it?
No, I got it in email too.
I know, that's why I did that.
You know, I read that. So, just saying.
Then there's a letter from the, Jimmy, you want to tell him about this? The letter?
Yeah, well, I was gonna try to have our legal rep this evening, but he's unavailable to come. But he sent that little letter along. We've been working on this, called the comprehensive plan, probably for a year or so. It's a draft, but it has to be adopted by the select board of the town. It's basically just the frameworks of how the emergency would start, a guide to follow, his contacts. That's why probably yearly, every 2 years, we're gonna kind of update it. That's what something I would do for the chiefs.
And you've worked in coordination with both of the chiefs on this, correct?
Yep.
Gentlemen, wake up.
Yeah.
Regular.
Yes, we're aware of the set plan, yes. We have actually a tabletop next week on it.
Yeah. And that's getting used at our exercise, so that's in place.
Very good. Did you have any questions?
I do not.
Did you have any questions?
No, sir. Just a comment at the end.
Sure. Do you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
So again, I read it. It's good. You know, I have no concerns with it. You know, it's well put together.
It's a template too from EMA. It's pretty much all the other communities follow the same. Pretty much they just plug their information in.
I did put the demographics in there. I did get that from the town clerk. So all the yellow that you guys saw has all been filled in.
Okay. So we have no more blanks.
Except for signatures.
Well, other than that, yeah.
Yeah. Correct.
It's page 6, I believe.
Well, yeah.
You good to vote?
Yeah. I'll make a motion to accept and sign the comprehensive energy management plan.
Right, emergency.
Comprehensive emergency management plan.
Energy.
Oh, yeah.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously, and it is approved. You gotta vote on me to sign it now.
Well, you both, all three of you sign, you only sign
Oh.
one page, then all three of you sign another page.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And Jimmy had some changes to the website. Remember you contact me?
Yeah, for the.
So don't worry. Contact me again and we'll do it. He has some changes, emails or things on the website that he wants.
Now, Jimmy, are you gonna get everybody to sign on this signature page?
This, I can ask, I can check with Kevin on that.
Okay, because I think this is
This is the
after,
page, right?
after you give them
I think that's.
what their little criteria thing is,
Yeah,
then they're supposed to
yeah.
sign it.
Yeah, we can do that as time goes on. I think the biggest thing is getting-
Your signature, please? Did you read that? Thank you for enlisting in the Army.
Show up tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. All right. Did you have anything to add to that?
It's, Chief said, we have a tabletop exercise June next Thursday, 9 to 12. I do kind of want to give them a final count next week, if anyone's interested.
That is in Spencer, right?
Yes, that's your town hall. I can resend the exact information again.
Yeah.
But it is, it's next. We haven't really done this as a town, I don't think, actually tabletop. And it's with, all the Brookfields and Spencer. Kind of be a joint.
Are you gonna attend that?
Sure.
You should.
What day is it?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, okay.
22nd. 9 to 12.
Oh, Spencer?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll write over with you. All right.
I can't because I gotta pick up turkeys. I gotta ship them the turkeys. Go ahead. All right. Well, thank you very much. And great job.
Thank you for signing this document.
Get that. That was that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Great job. And next thing on the agenda is discussion of communication received by the Parks Department regarding the changes of, or challenges of hiring seasonal staff.
So
We're very well aware that it's hard to hire people right now.
So Sue Ramsey and Jesse Sweeney from the Parks Department, we have always traditionally have had difficulty finding people to supervise and sometimes lifeguards. We got 0 applicants for lifeguards this year, 0 applicants for the supervisor, and 16 applicants for camp counselors. The state, I know that lifeguards are hard to find. When COVID hit, training wasn't held anywhere. So I know that some of that is systemic. But the state is offering in the $20+ an hour plus $1,000 sign-on bonus to get kids. We are never going to get somebody at $15 or $16 an hour even to look at us if they can be making that much more somewhere else. And as far as the supervisor position goes, we have canvassed every person. As most people know, work in the school, so many of the school staff is off in the summer looking for some little side job. And the people that are taking jobs that we were trying to grab are all getting similar type job opportunities for $25 or more an hour. And we're offering about, I don't know, it's 15 something an hour. So at this point in time, we are, swimming at Cummins Pond is going to be swim at your own risk. And we will not be holding the summer rec program because we don't have anyone to run it. So that is where we're at.
It's sad to hear. It truly is. And we've been talking about this, and we talk about this like every meeting about how it's hard to get anybody to volunteer for anything anymore at all. We were just talking about it a few minutes ago with Sir, trying to get people. Police department, having a hard time hiring people. Fire department, they had to hold programs at the school to try to get people interested in fire sciences and stuff to do that. So it's hard with everybody. And unfortunately, it just seems like it's the society we're in now. It just, people don't want to help anymore. And it's starting to break down our communities because, like you're saying, it's hurting programs that are great for our community. That's what brings communities together, brings residents together. But if nobody's there to hold these programs and present them, the programs go away. You know, it's sad. It really is sad. And I know you ladies are working as hard as you can. I can't imagine how much time you put into it, and I know how much heart you have in it too. And this is truly a passion from your heart that you do, and it's truly appreciated by us.
So I do have a request for the board for future. The wage classification has bound our hands. In the past, prior to the wage classification, I know one year we did pay a supervisor $18 an hour because that's what the market was bearing. And we stayed within our budget and held the number of weeks that we could in order to have it. When we have this wage classification, it binds our hands, and if the market's not bearing it, then we cannot have a program. I would have preferred to be able to offer what I needed to offer, or our group offer what we need to offer to get someone, and hold a shorter program of 3 weeks or 4 weeks and have something versus nothing. But our hands are tied. So I would request that there be consideration in the future for lifeguards and for these summer programs. We're not talking about a 40-hour-a-week, 52-week out of the year position that's going to cost the town $60,000 or $70,000 to pay someone. We're talking, if a supervisor made $25 an hour, we're talking $1,000 difference. That isn't a gigantic amount of money, but we can't even consider offering that because we're tied by that wage classification. So I would just respectfully request that there be consideration for the Parks Department to have some sort of control over how that works in the future.
It's a seasonal employee.
So what we could do is next year, we could look at it during the budget process and see if there's the selectmen could put a warrant article to modify the compensation plan for the parks seasonal staff.
Take them out of the wage classification.
Well, no, we leave them in the wage classification and just, you can modify the position at town floor in terms of what you're going to pay. Maybe have a couple steps, change the classification around. Right now, it's just a flat one step.
And it wasn't in there before?
I know when Bob Lavash was the chairman and I was I've been on the Parks Department 20-something years, we would know we know what programs and things are happening around the area, and we know what people are making. I know what the school programs are offering, whether they're grant funded, however they're funded, I don't know how they're exactly all funded. But I know what people are making because they're people I know and I work with. So if they're making way more money, nobody, you can go to Walmart and make $17 an hour. Someone
Just
who's
a
trained
start.
as a lifeguard with lifeguard certification and first aid, and you're trusting our children to be safe with them, shouldn't be making less than someone that can go work without any specialized training. And
So I understand all that, but my question is, lifeguards or seasonal weren't in the pay scale before?
well, a while back there was no wage classification.
They get added before I put on, because they've always been on when I was.
Well, I'm
Since I've gotten back in, they
telling
were-
you that we paid more than was happening now.
I think
At
if I
one
remember
point.
correctly, it was blank. There wasn't a number in there.
I don't honestly know it on your end at all, but I know that that was the case.
I remember seeing that back in.
Can you do that? Can you have a blank space?
No, most seasonal people are on a wage classification scale of some sort. Most communities have them set as a wage classification scale. This problem is happening in all communities, to be honest with you. It's a real struggle.
Yeah, I was just reading
But
about
I
like across
respectfully
the country.
disagree with Mr. Ferrera because I've been on the Parks Department 20 years. We've always had a supervisor, always. So this is new, that because we are, the gap between what everywhere else is making and what we're offering is probably at least $10 an hour
Well, that's.
for that type of
I think
position.
what Mr. Farrar is saying is every community is having this issue. We're trying to get people to fill these positions.
I could have filled the position. Yeah, we had people interested but wouldn't apply because they knew what the wage was.
But technically they're not town employees, so you could offer more or not.
No, because we have a wage scale for them.
Can they waive it?
Okay,
I swear we did not
So-
at one point.
can I ask
They're
a question?
theoretically
Sue?
town employees.
If we were going in May and we were going to put an article to change the amount, would you know by May what you thought it should be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could present an article to change it.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
isn't
and like I
employees.
said, we are not talking $50,000 change, we're talking a couple $1,000s total. Because you're not talking about a full-time employee.
I would look at it like a summer package, like a activity package, not
Mhm.
like an employee, so to speak, of, hey, it's not fair, because
These people are
It's
not
only
gonna pull
5
retirement
weeks.
out of the town, they are not going to, yes, they're doing a summer program. Most of the people we've gotten in the past have either been teachers, college kids who are going to school to be a teacher, or a parent that really wants their kid to have something.
Well, we could look at adjusting the pay scale, but they technically are town employees.
You can take it however you want. If the money's there and we can hire someone,
Right.
we'll hold the program. If the money isn't, then there'll be no program. My children are grown. Jesse doesn't have children. We are not planning this for us. So whatever, we're here to fight for the kids of the town and the families that want their kids to have something to do. So the budget part of it ends on your lap. It really doesn't affect me or Jesse personally. We just would like to have these programs for the kids in town.
So we can definitely look at adjusting the pay scale, and if you can come up with some numbers of what it's supposed to be and, what other communities are paying and have that projected for the future, we could definitely put that as an article and draw support towards it, because these are very good programs and, they're great for our kids. They gotta be able to do something during the summer. And I don't feel comfortable with kids swimming at their own risk, because, I know if we can avoid any tragedies,
We agree.
I don't feel comfortable with that.
Can I just throw out there too, I just want to make a little plug for it. Swimming lessons will still happen because the swim instructor comes with her own lifeguard. We typically have ours there as well, but it won't be unmanned during those 2 weeks of swimming lessons. So, I just want people to know that will still happen.
Yeah, because the lifeguards were offered too during April vacation to get free certification on their spring break.
And didn't you
but-
push some stuff out on Facebook trying to
Oh,
get people?
Oh, yeah, we've done a lot of legwork.
Because I seen it
but-
going out.
And the high school was canvassed with flyers.
Yeah, we made hundreds of flyers.
Not a single one.
Not one.
One second. All right. Did you have anything else?
Just trying to understand, what are you asking us? Or just
I'm not
sharing
asking
information?
anything. We just informed you that this is
Okay.
the way it was.
And they're not, and you're gonna have to not do some things because you can't.
Those programs are just not gonna happen this summer, yeah?
We got plenty of applicants for
For
counselors, but it's like 16-year-olds to some 19-year-olds, but some of them are college students and they only want to work some hours, not all the time, and they weren't comfortable with being supervisors.
And we don't feel comfortable hiring someone that's not able to manage,
Somebody without experience.
yeah. And we want someone that we know could handle managing children and the staff of teenage kids working. Can I just also just throw out a tiny other plug, is that summer concerts will be starting next Friday.
We look forward to them.
There will be a petting zoo on the 23rd in addition, which it has been out there, we just got the contract signed, so that people may or may not know.
Who's the
about
first
that.
band?
Jazz Bones, I think. Jazz Bones. And then the second week, we will be honoring our veterans, and there's many more other things such as Touch a Truck event and a car show that's gonna be happening. So I just hope people will come and enjoy, our hard work to put those on.
I'll be there with my kids, so definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Could I also respectfully ask you to consider talking about the picnic tables early, only as I have another commitment this evening?
Yep. Mr. Condrat wanted to say something?
Joe Condrat, resident. My wife worked for the town parks department some 20 years ago. As I recall, she was making $10 an hour, and it was a 20-hour week.
Okay.
I believe the only day that she didn't work was on a Sunday.
Thank you, Joe.
Kathy Bannis, resident. There's nothing this board can do to have programs this summer. You can't override anything to give them the freedom to hire people for our kids. We've been through COVID, they've lost all those years, and there's nothing this board can do to override something.
Do you
Get
still
money
have
for these
time?
programs.
Well, the pay scale was voted on by the residents.
So maybe like a tip? I don't know, I'm just trying to make it happen.
I know, but
I don't wanna give you
financially,
no
we don't
answer.
have the
But you-
revenue source to do that.
But you might have money from your area, but you can't pay.
We have a budget.
I know, but there's a pay scale that's set.
I know, that's why I
We have to
respectfully
work within the pay
would
scale.
like the board to consider in the future if there's a way for us to not be bound by that, because it does tie our hands to be able to, I know we could find somebody if we could offer what the market would bear.
I mean, a lifeguard, come on, this is like.
I know, and believe me, if there's a way, we'll try to figure something out.
Can you like have them as volunteer and you give a donation to them? Which is about the price what they're looking
Well,
for?
then we're facing liability, because if they get hurt, if something happens, or if somebody else gets hurt, they're a town employee, so the town has to be able to cover them somehow, so it can't be like a unpaid volunteer or.
What happens if they get the pay and we pay them extra like a vendor? Because they're offering more services. I don't.
It's a salary, you
don't
can't
know.
pay vendors out of a salary.
What about on June 29th, if you could put it on an article?
Can't close the warrant.
Well,
And it was just signed and posted.
Like I said, I feel like our hands are tied. So I think it is what it is at this point. I
Unfortunately,
know.
ours are tied till next June, when we can vote on it, or, no, and special. No, you can't do a pay scale change in a special, right?
Well, it doesn't
Has to
matter
be an
anyway,
annual.
it'll be October, November, and they don't.
Yeah, you
Might
can't
not
go
be
swimming
there.
then.
So it'd have to go in.
Can we just say,
In the June.
let the parks hire a lifeguard for this much per hour? Or
We
something
can't.
like that? No?
Because it's already.
I'm fine.
It's already a pay scale. It's already been voted on by the residents that that's what they'll be making. Kinda sucks. Where the hell volunteerism go? When did people,
What are these summer programs that are being lost? What are we not getting?
So lifeguards at the pond, and then the summer
Free
recreation.
swimming,
People will be able to swim, it's just at your own risk. So the pond will still be open for swimming, but it won't be manned with lifeguards. In fact, if anyone would like to come and join me and Jim and Jesse cleaning the pond, because that's what the lifeguards usually do, we will be there on Sunday between 9:30 and 12:30. Bring your rake if you'd like to come, because we will have to pick up that slack if we want there to not be weeds in the water.
and it's at Cummins Pond, and it's Sunday at 9:30?
9:30.
And the other program is the summer rec. So that's kids being able to do art and stuff and sports and.
And that runs usually 5 weeks for 3 hours a day, Monday through Friday.
All different age groups and stuff.
You're kind of like almost having the same thing that happened to sports. They ran out of coaches.
Yeah, they're looking for coaches right now. They're trying to get coaches that, people to volunteer for coaches too.
Since, Mr. Chairman, since
That
we're
guy.
in the Cummings Pond topic, I had an email. Can I share that with them about the name?
For what?
I mentioned it in our last meeting. There was somebody who emailed me who wanted to name the pond.
Oh, we need to put that on agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. But that has to be put on the agenda, we need to discuss it, we should have,
So can I forward them the email so they can see what it is about?
they don't own the pond, so there's no decision they can make.
Yes, the water district.
It's the water district.
Oh.
Right, so we're just allowed to manage the swimming and stuff.
Right.
We have an agreement yearly.
So, yeah, we should get that on the agenda for the next, yeah, but we gotta invite everybody in. And I would like to have them on here, so we know. Because I don't wanna do something that's gonna upset the family. We wanna make sure the family's good with it. Okay, so that was something else. We received an email from somebody asking us something. But, you guys aren't the ones to make the decision. You know, we'll see if there's some way. We can't pay, because we're tied by the pay scale. The only thing I could think of that we can really do is put an article forward to change the pay scale.
Does the pay scale say lifeguard?
There's two separate ones.
But it does say lifeguard.
And maybe we can push something out there, try to get somebody.
Good luck, we've been trying for weeks.
I know. I've seen all over Facebook, you guys have been putting it out there.
Well, we've been personally asking people
Yeah.
too, so.
You look like a lifeguard. No.
If I had the time, I would do it different.
So if anybody out there in the public is interested in being a lifeguard or a supervisory counselor,
Please tell people, lifeguards need to be certified, Red Cross certified, and first aid certified don't apply if you don't have the certification.
Yes, you
because
have to be
can't-
certified.
Right.
And
Now-
how long of a course is that, Sue? How long is it?
Don't quote me, I don't know. I know it was held over April vacation because we've been advertising since like February or March that there were ones, but it's quite a bit. I mean, it's usually
Like a
It's a
week
couple
or?
like a week and
hours
it's like a
a
good
day.
chunk of the day, yes. Or
So how
sometimes
about
they have
this?
like weekend-long classes.
How about this, if there's a shortage on lifeguards because people didn't keep with their training, maybe we could sponsor a training program here.
I don't have a pool.
Come on now.
I don't have a pool.
Does it have to be a pool?
Yeah, there's deep water stuff. You have to be able, you know what? We can talk about, this is not the venue for that. If there's a way to hold something, we
Maybe
could.
we could sponsor something, or get with a sponsor and try to get some people.
People didn't go to all the training I gave them information about, and hundreds of students at the high school had access to it.
I even we went to other schools, Tascoa and Quabbin, sent out tons of flyers and stuff like that. Nobody
So,
replied.
I think we're beating a dead horse, so, at this point.
Yeah, we're kind of in a bad situation. All right, well, thanks for the good news.
Come to the concerts.
We have the concerts. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to run certain other programs. because we don't have it. And all you are is, you're looking for somebody to be a supervisor?
Well, they need to plan all the activities and the themes, and it's more than just hanging around at the park.
Right.
It's planning
But if
and
we can get
implementing.
that, we could still do that.
Do you have a program? I mean, like what is this supervisor supposed to do?
They organize what the children do from 9 when they get there till noon every single day. It's not just supervising to make sure the kids are hanging,
No,
it's
that's
planning
what
the
I'm
whole
trying to get,
program.
the scope of work.
So basically, it's like they plan the activities, so like if you have a theme of like water, they do like a water park, or slip and slide, or water balloons one day, or making tornadoes out of plastic bottles.
So where does all this happen and when it happens and how many kids and those, I'm trying to get you to somebody.
It varies from year to year. We've had anywhere from about 35 or 40 kids. One year we had 90 kids. And, you know, we purchase all the materials by what the supervisor says they're gonna be needing and doing.
Where it
So.
happens?
Hmm?
Where
At
does-
Dean
At
Park.
Dean Park,
Dean Park,
Every day
Monday
Monday
through
through
Friday.
Friday, yeah.
from
9 till 12:30,
No, 9 to 12.
9 to 12.
Staff stays till 12:30 to clean up.
what age ranges of?
5 to 12.
And we had 16 teenagers that were willing to be camp counselors, but no supervisors.
And you have teenagers helping.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
So it'd be
We-
one
we-
supervisor with,
We typically have had
Those
4 to
kids.
5 counselors, depending on the numbers of the kids.
I'm gonna try. Before I got married to my wife, she had a school. And she's a psychologist and specializes in speech and therapy and all that, but in Spanish. I'll try to work out, but I think she will be a good candidate. Just need to find out first. I'm gonna have to
Check
do
with
the-
her before you
I'm
volunteer.
gonna have to do the dishes.
You're gonna
from
tell
now
her
on.
what the pay scale is.
It's not about the money. I know she will do it to help.
It is a fair amount of work.
I understand,
You know.
but she does like that.
Yeah.
and I did email all the kids that applied and everything to tell them that we would be getting some type of answer by the end of this week, so.
Well, I'll
Wow,
talk to
put the
her
pressure
this
on,
week.
huh?
Oh, well, it was, you know, they've been nonstop, some of them have been emailing
If you
nonstop
could-
They're
since
looking
they
for
put in their
jobs, summer
You
application,
could send me
so.
something in writing about, those
There's a
just.
whole,
the hours
there's a
and
whole
everything.
job
Where's the, you have a position description?
yeah, not here, but yes.
Send me that.
She still has, she left. We had it in Lori's office. but We can get one
I think it's on the
upstairs, right?
website,
Yeah,
isn't
we
it?
can get to it.
Probably.
It
Is
is
it?
on the website.
It's on the website, we put it on the town website.
It is.
Yep, there's
And
the
the
application
volunteers.
for the supervisor and everything on there.
Anything else?
She
No,
wants to
just
talk
if
about-
you're
I know about
willing to
picnic
do
tables,
picnic
I see.
tables now, so I can not miss my other commitment.
Are you guys good with taking things out of order and moving the discussion of possible vote on the ARPA rescue plan?
Yeah.
For the picnic tables and stuff? Are you good with that?
Yeah, it's fine.
Good information.
Are you good with that?
Yes, sir, I'm good that we can switch things around.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna take things out of order here a little bit. We're gonna move number 13 up with the parks, since they're already here and they're in the hot seats. And it's a discussion and possible vote to use American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds to purchase new picnic tables and trash receptacles for the town parks. I know this is something we've talked about a long time ago, and, you know, we're here today. So, what do you have for us?
So I submitted, you probably have it in front of you more than I do, but
I
we
got that.
submitted a request to
Is it in
consider,
here?
It's towards the very, very bottom.
we got bids from MassCore for trash receptacles and picnic tables, and we're interested in 10 picnic tables, and I think we said 5 trash receptacles at this point would be very helpful. Up till now, we've had wooden picnic tables for the most part. I think we have, what, Jim, 1 metal table?
Yes, one metal.
Which is lasting and being easily maintained versus the wooden picnic tables that poor Jim is always fixing and painting graffiti and
Burn marks.
and burn marks, and they do fall apart, and we, you know, are always replacing wooden picnic tables. We did get a quote for rectangle tables
You only
and
want
round.
one table?
No, that's how much each one is. That's just the quoted price. So
What
that
are
you
you
would,
looking for?
10, we would love to have 10 new tables and 5 trash receptacles. We did get bids for rectangle tables and round tables. I personally don't have a preference, but that's why we got a quote for each. So we would have the option to,
You paint them black?
they come black.
Oh, that trash?
They come black. They're,
Okay.
the ones we're looking at are metal tables, and they're that,
Poly coated.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably best to have black, because everyone has a black pen or a black marker that they're writing on. We've had that black metal table at Dean Park. And
how many years have we had that? We've had that for a while now.
At least over probably 8 years.
And no maintenance to it.
Do these get hot?
No, they're
temperature
usually
neutral.
they're like that waffly,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I don't know
They
how to
with the way the heat,
Oh,
they
they
don't,
do.
I think the wooden ones get hotter than, because the paint heats up a lot more than the metal ones.
Okay.
They're aluminum.
And honestly, some of them are gonna be in the pavilion.
Yeah, so they'll be under the shade.
So what we'd like to do is, you know, if we got the new picnic tables, we would obviously split them up between the parks. We would keep using the old wooden tables in the parks as well, but as they, you know, became unsafe or we couldn't use them, those would just be, we'd get rid of those. And eventually we'd have nice metal tables everywhere.
So you're looking for, 10 of the 8-foot picnic tables?
I mean, I think that makes sense, yeah.
You're looking for 10 of those?
Yeah.
And then, are you looking for 10 of the round ones?
We just
No.
think if we had 10 total, that would be great. If you want to give us more, we could use. we
Well,
could
I'm trying to
put
see,
out-
wait, because all it is 1 and 1 and 1. So what are
We
you
were
looking
asking
for a
for
number?
10 tables
Total.
total and 5 trash cans.
So what's with the round ones?
It was just a different option.
It was just
the 2 options
Which
that
one
they
you want?
offer.
We just asked MassCore, can you give us a quote on what your metal picnic tables are, and that's what we got back.
Which one do you want?
I don't know, I mean, I think rectangle tables are, make
I think the
sense.
square ones are probably.
Yeah, because you get more footage with those. You get more people at them versus the round table. That's only 46 inches, so less than 4 feet wide, where you get an 8-foot table
Right.
with the rectangle.
So I think the rectangle makes sense, but if people really want, you know, if.
The black one we have at Dean Park is used quite a bit. I always see people sitting on it, groups of people, so. type is, I think will work.
And then you're looking for 5 of the trash? Okay, do we have an amount for that?
So, if you did the rectangular tables in the trash receptacles, you're looking at an amount of $12,672.75. Currently available, current availability of ARPA funds is about $79,000.
I'm sorry, you did 10 and 5, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So how much is the total?
So that'd be 12, if you did the rectangular tables, you're looking at $12,672.75. Assuming there's no, I don't think there's no charge for shipping, right?
What about tax?
No, there's no tax.
What's Mass
It's
Corps?
Mass Corps, so I, yeah.
Yeah,
Press core, they do deliver
Yeah.
themselves.
Well, should we just make this 1,300?
13,000?
Just to be safe in case.
I mean, you could allocate 13,000 and,
Yeah.
you know,
Just in case if there's any extras,
Yeah.
I don't want them to miss out on the tables.
Yeah.
Not for that little bit amount. They don't use it, you get it back.
so the only question I just wanted to ask, if I may, I know that there's Burdette containers at the parks, Burdette. Now, how will these receptacles work with the Burdette trash service that they pick up?
It would have to be taken care of by us, with the trash, either put into the Burnett barrels.
So you would still have to,
Yeah, we do not hire Burdette, that is all
That's
Board
through
of
the
Health,
the
I
town
think.
board.
That's the town.
yeah.
So, yeah, we would probably have to, but we have some receptacles that aren't that now anyway, right?
Yeah, there is barrels and stuff that I
Jimmy
transported
transfers.
to
Yeah.
the.
And the reason why I asked that is I know trash services with dealing them with in the past. A lot of them will be very sticklers and they'll say, we only pick up our barrels. So it will be the town's responsibility then to empty these different types of barrels.
Into those.
Yeah.
We already do.
Okay. all
With
right.
some of them.
Wouldn't it be a
some
better
barrels
option if we
downtown.
just do a dumpster at some point instead? Maybe we can look at what's cheaper is doing a
Correct.
dumpster, we just dump it in the dumpster.
It's not, because when the town looked at going to dumpsters at Highway versus big trash containers, it was a lot more money to do a dumpster than the trash containers.
That's a problem for me to do this.
I mean, that's back then, but I guess Burdette
I mean,
doesn't
basically,
do.
Jimmy, or the highway guys would periodically just dump it into the other one.
As long as somebody's going to do that, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple downtown, we do it for the stores now. I don't check them weekly. Take care of them, put them in Burnett's or other dumpsters in town.
I'm good with it. I know we talked about this a long time ago, and we threw our support behind it, and we said, yeah, we'll use ARPA for it to get it done, because, having our nice spaces for our residents to go to is important.
And so just know, though, Mass Corps did say that, it we may not have them next week. There is a waiting time because they have
So it's
people in
July,
front of us.
August.
Yes, it might be a while, so, but
As soon as-
July or August is better than waiting and starting all over next year, so.
Right. I'm good with it.
Yep.
I think it's, we have to invest back into parks and stuff. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
Go for it.
I support it, so let's do it.
All right, I'll make a motion to allocate $13,000 for the parks to purchase new picnic tables and trash receptacles.
Second. All in favor?
Rich Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye. David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And, look forward to seeing them out there soon.
You too.
Get on Mass Corps.
So Sue, you're free to order them as soon as the bill comes in, just send them to me and we'll
Okay.
get it paid.
Perfect, we'll do
Okay.
that.
Thank you. Did you have anything else?
Not for me, no.
thank you very much for all you do too. We really appreciate it.
We want to have good things for the, the people in town. We look forward to holding more activities, and it is a bummer that we don't have some things that are going to happen likely this summer, but we won't keep trying for other things in the future.
Let's call it a slow start.
Well, it's sad. And I think if we put it out there a little bit that these things aren't gonna happen, maybe somebody will step up and say, I can't see that not happening. I have to do something about it. So, hopefully. Thank you. All right. So moving on. Presentation of the May 2023 Fire Department report. Chief, you're up.
Evening. Adam Lavoy, Fire Chief. Thank you for having me here tonight. Very happy to present my May report. We had a very busy month in May. We got almost 120 calls total. It was rolling every day, left and right. We had 9 motor vehicle accidents, 7 medical assists, 4 structure fires. We had quite a few fires in the area recently. In one investigation, we were canceled. They had a few calls that were false alarms that were canceled. Activated alarms 8, illegal burns 1. We had 1 vehicle fire, 1 gas or LP emergency, 6 brush fires, 1 power line incident, and 2 electrical equipment incidents. The ambulance responded to 74 calls in May. 13 ALS intercepts were required for those calls. Did 4 smoke and seal inspections, 1 oil burner inspection. We had kind of some neat trainings. In May, we had Maya come out with their driver simulator. All of our driver apparatus drivers went through that, as well as the police department. That was a neat experience. It's been years since we've had them out, and it's always a good thing for the town. It's beneficial for insurance purposes, and it's beneficial for training for them. And they have a state-of-the-art trailer that comes out. They can do. They have 3 modules in there that they can do DPW, simulate a DPW truck, simulate a police truck, and simulate a fire apparatus or ambulance. There's 3 screens. They put you through a whole bunch. Each driver gets 3 different scenarios. So it's kind of a neat thing. It's something that's outside the box. The crew really enjoyed it. So it was nice to receive. I just got their certificates in the mail. I'll forward a copy to Jim. I gave Jerry his, but they sent them all to me 2 days ago. So that was really nice. They consisted of 1 hands-on night, so it was a full hands-on. It was like a 3-hour class, a classroom where they went over all DOT stuff and driver expectations and safety and all that stuff. So it was beneficial. We had our EMS personnel trained on CPR. We do have a second CPR night coming up in the near future, I believe, in a couple months to get a couple more people that the cycles are a little bit staggered. So we try to stagger those out a little bit, but the nice thing is we do have a CPR instructor on the fire department now, as well as the police department has a CPR instructor as well, certified. So we can roll those programs out a little bit easier for us if we have enough interest. So that does mean we will, as Paul has worked, the police department has worked for the town building here, fire department can also sub in and help out with that now too, so that's a nice thing. We did ask for, in terms of our budget, we did ask the finance committee for a single line item transfer, which was requested and approved for the overtime account. The reason for that was basically, I know I have staff on vacation in the coming weeks, this last month of the year, so I knew I was gonna incur some overtime for that, and we had 2 more holidays to account for too, and it's just, again, the staffing is always a challenge. We're always trying to keep, stay fully staffed, and with those vacations and people out sick or whatnot, you have to call in staff to do that. So we asked for a small item transfer, and we're granted that. The only other activity I didn't put on here was we participated in the Memorial Day ceremonies, which we've done every year, and it went well. So it seemed to be well received by the town and decently attended. That's all I have.
Cool. All right. And then you're preparing to hire a new firefighter here?
That is correct. We're going through the intake process, trying to get that person onboarded. More than likely, they have to go through a physical. I talked to Mr. Ferrer about that. We're looking at the end of the month, so by the time that person will actually come on board, we're probably looking at mid to late July, just because I don't think it's fair for them to give their notice in their current job until they get a successful physical back. I don't want to see them, leave a position, just God forbid something happen. I don't expect that to happen, but I don't think it's fair for them to give their notice now and then run into a problem if something happened on the physical. So more than likely, they would end up being, coming into the program. They're going through orientation now. This is an internal member that's qualified, so that makes it a lot easier for us, which is nice. She's very highly qualified, and she would be a great addition to our crew. She knows our system. She's a new EMT, so we're going through all of that process with her and making sure she goes through the full orientation. But I anticipate probably mid to late July she'll be in the rotation. And I actually, since you brought that up, I would ask the board, as they've done in the past, to allow me to fill, while I have a couple weeks where that position won't be filled, to use that funding as I have in the past to pay like part-time people to fill in for that, if that's something the board would allow as they have in the past, just for those couple weeks where there's going to be a gap there, because the money's there in the budget. So if the board doesn't have a problem with that, that would help us out a little bit to fill those gaps, because I was hoping to get her on board on July 1st, but because of the physical and the only opportunity she had was the end of June, so it's got a little bit delayed. But we're looking forward to having her on.
Yeah, whatever you need.
Sure.
You always have our support.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah, we appreciate that. That does
Sure.
help us.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Other than that,
Whatever you want, you got. Best chief in the state.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jim.
Anything else, sir?
Nope, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's have the best police chief in the state.
Jerry Millett, Police Chief. Thanks for having me tonight. For the month of May, we had 1,397 calls, 15 are ending in an arrest, 11 felonies that were investigated, 89 incident reports that were completed, 3 on-duty arrests, 1 warrant arrest, 11 summons, for a total of 15, 4 protective custodies, 168 motor vehicle stops, 64 citations. If you notice in the vehicles, we do have one that's getting up there in mileage. Just went over 100,000 this month. All the other ones are beautiful. So at the beginning of May, Officer Paul Susan completed his instructor training for both CPR and first responder. So now he'll be able to conduct all those trainings for us in-house. This month I attended 2 Homeland Security meetings due to budgetary items. Everyone's doing the end of year stuff, the same thing with us. We have to come up with make sure that all our projects are at completion. Also with Homeland Security, we did have that gentleman come out for a second safety assessment. We did Warren Elementary School. During that assessment, he also taught myself and Eric Urban, the guidance counselor at Quaylog, on how to complete the one which we actually just did for West Brookfield last week. So he taught us how to do the assessment. He gave us a computer program to punch in, and we went to West Brookfield and we completed one there. That'll be in next month's report. On the 15th, all members, like Chief Lavoya said, we did our safety driving class with Maya. We also, this month, completed our qualifications. Firearms.
Sorry, can I hold off 1 second?
Yep. Want me to keep going?
Yeah, just.
All right.
Sorry.
On the 17th, the members of the Warren Police and Fire, we conducted the mock crash at the Quaylog High School before the prom. On the 18th, Chief Lavoy and I went to the 7th day school to speak with them on safety. We spoke to them on many topics. Obviously, Chief Lavoy was on the fire dangers. I spoke to them about social media and internet dangers. Those kids are very receptive and they do participate a lot, and every time we've gone up there. And finally, this month, a new part-timer, Andrew Nicole, started for us. We brought him forward to you guys. He's got 18 years experience as a campus police officer, and now he's with us. And I didn't mention that, but on the 28th we were in the Memorial Day parade. Beautiful day, it went well. I think I was only 2 members that weren't there for me. And that's it. Really good. Good, Chief.
Thank you.
You got it.
We just keep going? All right, discussion and possible vote on the amendment 1 of the agreement between the Town of Warren and Central Mass Regional Planning Commission for FY21. MA Community Development Fund Program Administration Services. So Jim, you know about this?
Yep, so this is just a an extension till December 31st of this year. CDBG has asked, and CMRPC has asked for an extension just till December 31st of this year. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Sorry about that, Chief.
No worries.
So what are we on now?
Oh, we're on 15, we just went through a whole bunch of stuff. I'm just kidding. No, number 8.
Okay.
So this is just a contract extension from with CMRPC for their help and assistance with the CDBG. The performance time is that they're asking for an extension until December 31st of this year. Close out the activities.
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion to accept and have Jim sign, Jim, the town administrator, sign for the agreement, the contract amendment number 1 between the town of Warren and the Central Massachusetts Regional Planning Commission for the FY 2021 Community Development Fund Program.
Second,
All in favor?
Rich Hacker, aye.
Derek Bellis, aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Just pass that to Jim. He's got to sign.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
And then, next thing on the agenda, review and possible vote to sign contractual agreement between the town and Lawrence Braverman Associates, LLC, for the software licensing and support for the office in the town accountant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is standard. This is a contract that the town has been in with for, I think, over 15 years. It's a contract between Lawrence Braverman Associates, who currently supplies the software for our for the accountant in the office of the accountant This is a contract for $2,000 to continue with the licensing agreement between the vendor and the town. We're going to need this system in place, even though we will have Vadar coming online shortly. This vendor, the current licensing agreement will expire the end of the fiscal year, and we need to keep this on to close out the books for this fiscal year and probably for future fiscal years for the history.
Okay.
Okay, so you need it for FY '24 just to close out.
FY 23 closeout.
23. So FY '24, we won't be using the package?
Well, you're not going to be as long as Vadar is up and running by July 1, which is their tentative goal for right now. You will be putting all the information into Vadar. But if Vadar is delayed, the process will have to continue into LBA for the interim until Vadar is ready, and then that data will then have to get dumped into Vadar manually to put into the system. The LBA Associates software, Lawrence Braverman software, is an old system. So the capabilities are unclear as to whether or not they can, dump historical data into the Vadar system. So, if we have to keep this for 3 or 4 years, the cost of keeping this system around for $2,000 is minimal as compared to trying to get a system where you would have to try to extract the data, which is not guaranteed, to outright purchasing, this information from Mr. Braverman.
There's no way to export?
I'm not 100% sure that there is.
Okay.
Vadar is going to try, but there's no guarantee.
Okay.
This is just to cover the gap, to make sure that we don't lose any information.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, future fiscal years, Do we have to keep this kicking around?
We have to keep it
Because ideally.
by law for so long.
Right, I mean, you know, you could have somebody manually put that information in, but the amount of time that it would take and the cost, you're probably better off just renewing the subscription of $2,000.
Yeah, that's not an option. When we go into a place and we have our software and try to get all the data moved, it just gets above 30 grand very easy. What I'm thinking is, how does our current system save all the data? Is it internally, is it very selfish?
Yeah, it's selfish, it's very internal to this gentleman's software.
But what about, you know, if
It's on DOS.
everything there, it's printed into PDFs? You can just save the PDFs.
Yeah, you could, you know, I don't even know if you can get into PDFs with this particular software. Maybe you can, maybe. I don't know.
It's all DOS?
Yeah, it's DOS, it's very
It's
old
DOS. I
software.
wonder what the database is.
I don't know.
Old.
It's old.
DBase.
You gotta do it.
Yeah, but $2,000 is better than trying to
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
migrate everything.
Right. So if you have to keep it around for 3 years, that's $6,000. It's a win.
All right, so who is signing this, you or David?
It just says a representative.
Could be a representative, it could be the member of the select board, or it could be me, it could be anybody.
All right. So I'll make a motion to accept the contract, the licensing contract agreement between the town and Lawrence Braverman Associates, and authorize Jim to sign the agreement.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bell, aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. There you go. Okay. Discussion of possible vote to designate Miss Rebecca Acera and Mr. Richard Demetrius as special municipal employees. Mr. Demetrius left a voicemail. I wasn't able to get any on mine because I'm having a very hard time with any signal on my phone. But Mr. Belize was able to recover a voicemail from him asking that we don't designate them as special municipal employees, and instead we designate the position for Conservation Commission as special town municipal employees. With that said, I don't support designating the position or the employees as special municipal employees. And the reason why, I would say, is town employees are supposed to remain unbiased and unconflicted, no matter what their position is. And if they are having a financial interest to represent an outside entity, then they should resign from positions from the town and pursue those interests. But it meets no benefit to the town to appoint these people in those positions, or anybody in a position, to represent an outside entity to the town. It's a slippery slope.
I guess, yeah.
And what benefit is that to the town to do that? I see it as a negative because, again, what we're saying is we're going to take away that conflict from you. So if you're profiting from the town, but you're representing a private entity to the town.
Right.
And those things were put in place so this wouldn't happen. So I don't support that because, again, the employees are supposed to be unbiased and unconflicted, and same thing with us recusing. We have to recuse if something's financially benefiting us that we vote on. a family or anything like that. And to avoid that, we get done as special municipal employees. That's not right. You know, it's wrong, and I think it's a slippery slope for us to start doing that for any employees. If somebody wants to pursue that path, resign from the town and pursue that. We wish you the best luck. Not that I'm saying that, you know, I would never want to lose them. They do great with the Veterans Council and everything, but I don't see a good coming out of it.
Okay.
You know, that's my opinion.
Well, what I was gonna say is, if we approve this, we limit it to
But that's not the
special
designation.
permit.
You're designating them as a special town employee.
Yeah, but limited to working on this special permit. And then
It's
that-
still a
and then-
slippery slope.
Well, it is, but that's.
Because I don't know if there's a profit or what the interest is, but they should be unbiased in representing the town in any position versus looking out for a private entity. You know, and what's gonna stop if we do this from another employee coming forward saying, hey, I would like to be designated as a special town employee because I would like to do this and present this to the town. Or I wanna do this and support this person because I'm on payroll with them and I want that to be brought to the town.
Well, so, in this forum, you should probably explain what a special town employee means.
That is giving them a status, so, again, right now, employees, because of conflict of interest, are not allowed to represent a third party presenting something to the town. So, if a permit or a project wants to get done in the town, and you want to go on that contract as a consultant, okay, right now you're prevented from doing that because it's a conflict, because of your position. A town employee should not be doing that. Doing a special town employee and declaring somebody as that would give them the ability to do that and avoid the conflict. But it just, for me, the laws are there in place for it to prevent that and have that conflict because they may know things that other people don't know. And by putting them on as a consultant, it kind of gives them an advantage or access to town officials that other people might not have. And it's a slippery slope. You know, I think, again, if this person needs consulting for their company, they should hire a consultant. If they want to be the consultants, maybe they should resign their positions then. But I'm not comfortable waiving that, basically, as a special town employee, so they can do this. You know, it's a slippery slope. And I can see where others point towards it, just like, you know, we had an issue with the annual town meeting, when we start having employees dictate what they are allowed to do. It sets a preference. Well, somebody else can come forward and say, I want to be designated as a special town employee because, you know, I have some financial interests that I want to do. And it's not in the best interest of the town.
Okay.
I think did I explain that well?
Sure. Yep, I agree.
Okay.
Well, personally, with these two individuals, I have no problem. Respect them very well. They're very knowledgeable. I can understand both of your positions. The only thing I can say from experience after being 20, 25 years in front of planning boards and against towns is that the owner hires an architect to present the project. And definitely probably can't be a town employee of the same place because like you said, you will have an advantage, of getting
It's even-
resources.
It's just the perception of it. You gave this person preference because these people work for your town.
Yeah, that could happen.
And
It could be challenged based.
It's a challenge and it's a slippery slope because what we do for one, somebody else can turn around and say, well, you did it for them.
Yeah, I want the same thing.
I
or
want the
something.
same thing. I want to do that too.
Yeah, like I said, I have nothing against these two individuals.
No, they're great people.
Very respectfully, they do a good job, but it will be against them,
And the same thing for the position. I don't think doing it for the position is in the best interest of the town either. Because Conservation Commission should be unbiased
Yeah.
and impartial, and anything can come forward, and if you do that for that position, you just opened it up to
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, that's not right.
So
So,
it would have to be for the whole entire commission.
Yeah, we
Right.
can't, yeah.
And it would have to be for the whole entire council, for the
Yeah.
Veterans Council.
Right, yeah, that's just, yeah.
it creates again, it's a slippery slope. So,
I think it's safer not to do it.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these things are done like that for a reason, and I don't feel comfortable with taking that away, so.
Okay.
If you're good, we can do a motion on it, not to support it.
But do we even need to, or we just? don't?
So I would do a motion saying that you do not support, establishing a special municipal employee for the Conservation Commission or for the Veterans Council.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
So now moving forward, if anybody from those groups come before representing somebody, they can.
Right. Okay. Review and possible vote to adopt an internal control manual for federal grants.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The Internal Federal Control Manual was drafted by the town accountant in coordination with the town auditor. These are internal controls that the town should have, and as part of our FY22 audit, these need to be in place for, obviously, the town is aggressively pursuing federal and state grants, and as we get more aggressive, as dollar amounts climb, there's more regulations that are attached to those numbers. So these are our manual for internal control, where they identify specific areas in which we have to monitor the internal awards, the spending grants, and the procurement aspect of said purchases of goods or supplies with these funds. So this was recognized by our auditor that the town does not have internal controls, and as we continue to grow, these are the internal controls that the auditor had recommended, as well as the town accountant. So we ask that you respectfully adopt these internal controls.
Good. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Me too.
All right. Motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the internal control manual for federal grants.
Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. Okay. All right. So discussion and possible vote to appoint the following law firms as town council for a term of 1 year. That would be KP Law, PC, America Connell, Special Counsel.
So, I believe they need to be special town employees.
So if you,
Yeah.
They are.
I think I think you guys already distinguished them.
We did.
Yeah, do we need to do that again?
No, once you're distinguished, you're
Okay,
distinguished,
all right.
yeah.
I don't know if we did KP Law, they've been with us forever.
I think it was only Merrick that requested it.
Yeah, they requested.
Once you request it, it's done.
Yeah, okay, all right. Can I make a motion? Are we good? Okay.
Good.
Yes, sir.
So, I'll make a motion to appoint KP Law as town council for a term of 1 year, and Merrick O'Connell as special counsel to the planning board for 1 year.
Second.
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bellis, aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay.
Okay, we're on warrants and bills.
All right, I make a motion to pay the following warrants. Number 111, payroll for $61,086.61. Number 112, vendor for $113,374.91.
Second.
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bellis, aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes unanimously. Bills.
I'll make a motion to pay the following bills. Turley for $110.18. Quabog baseball and softball for $1,000. Northeast IT, $1,515. Power Products, $3,130. Merrick O'Connell, $3,909.65. Modern Pest, $100. 360-degree building remodeling, $1,825. Stericycle, $110.06. C2MA Adams, $3,017.97. Comcast Business, $143.35. Crystal Rock, $529. Verizon, $174.44. West Warren Water District, this is for fire hydrants, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is this for next fiscal year?
I will pull it.
It says it's due June 30th. Right there.
All right, what we have here.
We
No,
haven't paid it
payment,
this year.
well, closing date of, no, payment due date is 7/31/23.
So we won't have funds till July 1 to pay that.
But I think we have funds now.
No, that's for next year's
Closing date is 6/30/24, so it is for next year.
Closing date is 6/30/24, so it's this past year, I believe.
No, 24.
No, it's next year.
Oh, 24.
24.
Okay. All right, my
So
mistake.
next year's bill.
I looked at it wrong. Sorry.
So hit us up in July.
All right, I didn't read that one, so I'm good. So Guardian Energy Management Solutions, $50,000.
Okay.
The
I need a second.
Selectmen baseball and softball.
$500 each. We have two different park areas.
And then we have football, cheerleaders, and soccer.
We do, but
They gotta claim it.
No, I understand that. So they claim it.
they have to set all the bills in.
Okay. I'll see them in next year Memorial Parade.
But they got till what, June
Do you
30th to
need
claim it,
do
right?
this?
We can just cross that off.
So soccer can claim that too?
Yes.
Which is the due date?
June 30th.
It just seems to me like we just did that.
Yeah, I know. That was last year.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Okay. Second,
All in favor?
Richi Hacker, aye.
Derek Bellis, aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The bills pass. Motion passed. Okay, minutes.
None.
We have none. Town Administrator report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. We've had a busy week since the last time that we had met. We had a department head meeting last week. We went over several things, trainings, the rollout of employee evaluations. Employee evaluations, we have signups. Karen has the signups for board chairs, department heads to sign up, to have those open dates. Our goal is to get them all completed by June 30th as pursuant to our bylaw. So we've rolled that out. We're continuing moving with our Shepherd Building Improvement Project here. The $50,000 that was approved at last year's annual town meeting. We're slowly finishing up some additional funds. With after spending all of the improvements in desks and floors and some other office improvements that were requested. We have some little bit of a surplus there of some still funds available. So we had some funds to take care of the assessor's office for their floor and the Board of Health for their floor. Those didn't get done the first time around. So we do have some additional funds for those particular departments to take care of those. They're taking care of them this weekend because it's a longer weekend. Monday is the holiday, so we're trying to have less impact to town offices and people in the building when they're doing that. So we are addressing that, getting that done. We are going to, I met with an electrician this week to address some of the lighting concerns that was brought up by the board a few meetings ago. It is going to be difficult for some of the lighting into this concrete out here. It's going to require some additional drilling and finding some additional. It may require some additional piping from existing lights that is out there, and so we are going to address it. But I won't have money to address that until July 1. Because the way in which the 50,000 article was written last year is for office improvements within the building inside. I can't do anything outside of the building. It's strictly for the internal use of the offices. So the lighting is on my radar. We will get that addressed. The lighting for the flag too, and obviously some lighting for the sign as well after July. We're moving right along with police station repairs. We had a contractor in just this week to finish up in anticipation of a report that we're getting from the Department of Labor to finish up some additional improvements and repairs to the steps down at the old town hall basement. We have now a continuous handrail on the other side of the steps. We had a whole new step put in from where one was cracked, and the existing handrails have been extended all the way to the bottom. It stopped by probably 3 or 4 inches. Now we have it in extension all the way to the bottom. So those were done. The additional step was a little bit tricky. The contractor had indicated to me because those steps are 45 inches wide. That's not the normal step, the tread, so we had to go to a special mill to get that done, to have it milled, and so it now matches the what is in there. So those have been repaired. That is done. Currently, we have the electrician in there all of this week, really going through and upgrading our panel that is completely out of date and it could pose as a fire hazard. And also, it was noted on one of the inspections that we did that the generator wasn't completely connected to the entire unit of the building. So we have now generator power throughout the whole police station. Instead of just powering one room, it's now going to power the entire PD, what it's meant for and what it's capable of doing. So we have that all wired in now. so that it can be done with that. We're continuing to moving along with some upgrades in repairing of some of the police station. I worked with the chief. We have on order a new dehumidifier for the basement, a commercial grade dehumidifier. Right, the one currently in there is old. It's about 5 or 6 years old. It's not a commercial grade dehumidifier, so we were able to get a commercial grade dehumidifier down there. We're going to use that the other dehumidifier into the other room, the old meeting room off to the side where there was some potential mold. So we're going to use that in there. Let that run for some time. And then ultimately, we're also going to have the electrician put in some additional emergency exit signs as requested by the Department of Labor. He's also putting in some additional sockets, getting rid of these surge protectors and extenders and extension cords, really cutting back on all of that, putting some additional sockets in. So that work is started. We have the money in the budget to do it. We're getting it done right now. And for the future, we're going to again address some of the mold concerns by putting some plastic covering on top of some of the flooring downstairs to keep the moisture out from rising into the upper part of the building. We're going to get a contractor to do that. To mitigate those concerns. That was recommended by a registered design professional to cut back some of that. So we're addressing that, and we're going through it as methodically as possible. We are also going to be getting some people in there, whether it be highway or the trial court, to again empty out some of the additional contents in the building, extra clutter. We're getting rid of some of the junk that's upstairs that's just been sitting around for quite some time, and there's just clutter, and it's really a fire hazard. So we are getting rid of some of that stuff slowly but surely. We're addressing those. I do have to announce, and I want to announce to the public that CSX is in town. They were in town this week. Repairing the bridge on South Bridge Road and Maple Street at that intersection, the underpass there. They are fixing it. They're making some repairs. I noticed that they've built out some boxes to shore up the bridge and to take care of some of the decay that has been happening over there. They're also going to be addressing some of the sprawling on top of the bridge. And addressing some of the concerns that were raised by the selectmen a few months ago when we met with CSX. So I'm happy to see that taking place. Today I had the opportunity to meet with some state officials and some small town administrators in Boylston, Mass. We had a pretty lengthy discussion with the Inspector General of the Commonwealth, Jeff Shapiro. He was on hand to give us some updates from the IG's perspective on several key issues and key decisions that have recently impacted towns and cities across the Commonwealth on procurement matters. And it was great to connect with him. I was able to thank him for allowing Neil Cohen to come out to give us a lesson on 30B about 3 or 4 months ago when Neil had come out to the town to give a brief tutorial on 30B and a brief overview on that. So that was very helpful. And Jeff Shapiro had indicated that he would be willing to come out to the town as well. So we're hoping that maybe at some point the Inspector General himself will be coming out on a visit, not on an official business.
I'd love to have him.
Yeah. So it was a really good, important opportunity there to meet with him. I also had an opportunity to speak one-on-one and meet with our state auditor, Diana Dizano, for her work as our new auditor. And I've echoed some of our concerns and some of the issues that were brought up at town meeting with doing assessments. I've got a contact now in her office to look at some of those concerns and see if they can point us in the right direction as to what agency would be best for addressing some of the assessments that we had talked about at town meeting. I had also she's also heavily involved in sponsoring legislation that will create a authority over public buildings. And what that means is that currently the school departments across the Commonwealth have a Massachusetts School Building Authority. She wants to create, as well as some additional senators and reps that are involved in this, they want to create a public building authority to help address the aging infrastructure of public buildings, such as town halls, public safety complexes, libraries, senior centers. These are all pieces of aging infrastructure. And what the MSBA does, the Mass School Building Authority, what they do is they fund these projects. So they fund school building constructions, additions, up to 80%. They want to model a program for municipalities to invest in infrastructure on just the town public buildings, which I think is a great idea, and that would help us for the future. So she's going to be involved in this, and as we had sent Joyce down to the State House, I envision that I will be going down to the State House at some point when this bill comes up to testify in front of the Senate and the House on the importance of this bill. I think it's critically important for all communities to have this and to have a funding mechanism in place to either get some percentage of state funds available to do these big construction projects, such as a public safety complex in the future. I was excited to tell her that our Phase 1 feasibility study is already out. We've gotten a lot of interest in it, and that we're going to be reviewing proposals as they come in starting next week. This is when they're due. They're due on the 21st next week. So we're going to be working on that.
And this was the auditor, right?
The auditor.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
And hearing about what other small rural towns are facing, and the same issues are in the same communities all across the Commonwealth. So it's finding qualified people to fill positions, whether it be police officers, accountants, treasurer, collectors, assessors, seasonal help. It's all relative to all different communities. Everybody's facing it. So getting back to more issues in town here, as I mentioned before, VADAR is coming online and working with departments. They're moving forward. They're participating in the trainings and the required information of going back and forth, checking in with departments, making sure that that they have everything they need and there's not any issues that we could avoid. And then also, what I thought what might be helpful is I've noticed for the last few months or so that sometimes that when we post meetings outside, different boards or commissions, the postings may not be as clear as they should be. I really kind of took a look at what other communities are doing to try to address this, and maybe it would be helpful if I could maybe give an overview of how to post a meeting, how to what language should be put in on an agenda, giving an overview of the open meeting law, maybe creating a handbook for boards and commissions that they can reference. I've kind of started that a little bit, and I would like to at some point maybe invite boards and commissions to come on in, whether it be an evening or on a Saturday for a couple hours, and I can explain some stuff and help them keep them up to date with the current posting requirements and different things.
Okay. Sounds good. Anything else, sir?
No?
I like the idea of being able to clarify the postings.
Mm-hmm.
So, good idea. And very impressive. You had a busy week.
Busy week, yep.
Good job. Did you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Jimmy, what is 30B?
30B is the state procurement law. So that is all the laws that govern the procurement of goods and services. So if the town wants to purchase a police cruiser, if the town wants to purchase a fire truck, if the town wants to purchase a big piece of equipment for the highway department, or if the town wants to obtain the services of a registered design professional for a project. All of these services, if they meet certain dollar thresholds, will require the town to create a RFP or an RFQ. RFP is a request for proposal. An RFQ is a request for qualifications. So these are all different mechanisms that municipalities have to follow. So if it's below a $10,000 threshold, it's best business practices. If it's higher than a $10,000 threshold, but lower than a $50,000 threshold, then it's 3 written quotes. And if it's over $50,000 threshold, then it's a sealed bid process that the town would have to participate in. So these are all things that govern 30B, and that's just the law that you have to follow in the Commonwealth. I do want to add, report to the board, I've completed all of the trainings and the certifications and the tests. I am now designated as a MC PPO as of Tuesday.
Great, very good.
What does MCPPO mean?
Massachusetts Commission of Public Purchasing Officials.
Impressive.
Very good. Good job.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, sir?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much, sir. Great job as usual. Don't make yourself too marketable.
I'd like to stay.
We're keeping you. So, moving on. New business. Anybody have any new business?
I do not.
No, sir.
No? Okay, old business.
Nope.
No, sir.
I would say status of the radios.
So the radios for police and fire went live on the 7th, which was last Wednesday. There's already a huge improvement with the system as it lays. We did, one of the things that was happening to our old system that we never knew was we were getting bombarded by interference, especially on the fire department side of things, from an unknown source. Our system was so poor and had basically depreciated so much that we didn't have it was so underpowered we didn't have the capability of picking it up. Obviously, going to a 3-site system, up the power a huge amount, as well as put everything higher up on elevations. So since that has gone live, we've for the first time picked up this interference. So we've actually been working around the clock in the last week with the FCC. So the FCC, I literally just got an email as we sit here talking from the agent from the FCC that is assigned to our case, and they found the source of where it's coming from. So we are taking remediation plans to figure out exactly what it is. We believe it's some sort of an antiquated paging system, and what's happening is that it's basically
for lack of a better way of putting it, I guess, a normal portable radio that you talk, usually out of your hand is about 5 watts. And the interference that we're receiving is like someone in town with a 100-watt portable radio clicking it on and off. And what that's doing is it's overpowering our system. And what that means is that while we're hearing each other much clearer, as soon as we're transmitting and that signal comes through and it's a paging, it's a pulsing system, which 5 seconds on, 10 seconds off, 8 seconds on, 10 seconds off, and it's happening all the time. And what it's doing is as soon as it keys up, if we're talking, it's killing the transmission. So we know it's happening. We're in the process of figuring it out and fixing it as we speak and making more adjustments. That the next few weeks is going to be a trial period of making small adjustments for power on each of the towers, making some gains and moving things around and figure out exactly how we're going to tweak the system to make it work functionally in the best way we can. So the good thing is that we know where the interference is coming from. I have to call the gentleman next when I leave here and understand exactly what it is and what the steps are going to take. But basically, because we're public safety, that's huge, and they're going to, whatever this issue is, they're going to find a way to resolve it quickly so that
we know who it is?
We know, I do not know, I don't know yet. I just know that an email came through saying they identified the source.
They know who it is.
They know who it is. The FCC has some very specific, they have a fleet of like old Suburbans, and these vehicles are very, they're very specific and they're customized, and they have like fiberglass tops. They have all kinds of equipment inside where they can triangulate, and they literally chase the signals around all the way to the New York line if they have to, or further, to figure out where these things are coming. And that's what they've been doing in the last couple of days. And they just identified the source literally about a couple hours ago. So I'm working on that. As soon as we clear that up, that should be a tremendous improvement to the system itself, and a final fix of that interference that's been bombarding us for years that we never knew was even happening. So it is online. Like I said, we're still testing things, we're still tweaking things, but the system appears to be working and functioning the way it was designed to do.
Motions? Hey, you good with it, Chief?
Yeah. I can tell you that I had a rollover accident on the Mass Pike.
Code 1 for OCAM, code 1 for OCAM.
We had an incident, a rollover on the Mass Pike yesterday afternoon. And for the first time in my almost 2 decades of working here in the town, for the first time ever, I was able to stand on the Mass Pike with a portable radio and reach Rutland clear as day, and they could understand everything I said on a portable radio. So
awesome.
That's it never happened before in my career. So that's a good thing. That's a good sign that we're heading down the right path.
Very good. Well, it's good to hear. Let's track down that other guy.
Yes.
Exactly, it's good to hear.
Yes, it's good to
It's
hear.
good to hear.
Good choice of words.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Anybody else have any old business? Okay. Correspondence. Did you guys get any?
No. Just that for the name that we have to put on the agenda?
Yep. And then the correspondence is the Comcast?
There's 3, I think.
Yeah. And this is the,
Okay, 2, sorry.
this is a communication from Comcast to the town to let us know that more changes to the Xfinity TV Stars price changes. That it's going to be going from $8.99 to $9.99, effective with the customer's July 2023 billing statement. So they charge you another $1 for your Stars prices.
So I have 2 questions regarding that. First of all, where are we in our negotiations for a new contract?
I have that coming up too.
Okay.
Because she's asking, she just emailed me today.
Okay.
And it was, she had a question, I didn't have a chance to read it because I was here doing other things. But I just got a communication from her.
Okay.
And she's looking for a new meeting.
Okay. And the second thing is, we've got to meet with Whip City Fiber. I know we talked about June, but like June ain't gonna work, so.
Yeah, probably gonna be in July sometime.
Yeah, but I don't want that to get too far off the radar, so.
I know the next meeting, the auditor is coming to make his presentation. Jim just told me here.
Oh, we're doing
Anything else?
Nope, that's it, for now.
All right. And then the next communication is, or correspondence is 2023 yearly operational plan for railroad right-of-way management, CSX transportation. Just letting us know that they're putting their plan out there, and they're gonna be doing their vegetation management on the railroads in Massachusetts. And you can see a PDF copy of their plan by emailing them. And we will post this on our website, so everybody knows. So everybody knows that's what it is. And then we had MEMA hurricane correspondence.
We'll just post that.
Huh?
It just tells you what to
Yeah.
do when we have a hurricane.
So MEMA sent us some information about hurricane messaging and social media toolkit, and we'll post that on our website also. So if anybody's interested about that, they can see that on the website. It is several pages long, so look on the website for that. All right. And you had no other correspondence, Mr. Burrow? All right. So comments and concerns. Do we have any comments or concerns?
I'd just like to say condolences to the family of the Pathfinder student. I guess it was, Tuesday maybe?
Yes.
There was a student that was in an auto accident and they didn't survive. So it's tragic. I don't know if that student was from Warren or not, but my son goes to Pathfinder, so he said that Wednesday wasn't such a great day at the school, but it was very tragic.
Yeah, our condolences go out to the families, the friends. Yeah. Anything else?
No.
Can we send a begging message to Highway to think about painting the road?
Painting the lines?
Oh, they will, right?
Well, they have to get a hold of the guy, so I'll put another bug in Jeremy's ear.
You beg him, please.
All right.
Driving all over the road?
He's
No,
been.
everybody's driving off the road.
He's
That's
been
my
crazy
concern.
with Bemis, though. He just finished Bemis Road, and that was major. And so it is now done.
Oh yeah, somebody mentioned Jeremy on Facebook saying that she has been living there for 34 years, and she just sends kudos to the highway department.
Very good. All right. So I have a comment concern. The flags for putting them down the center of the town. Do we have any updates on that?
Well, we certainly are going to have to identify how many flags, where they're going to go, and if we have them, and if we can get them free, or if we're going to have to buy them, and we'll have to identify if there's a cost, where we'll take the money from.
Okay. So we'll have to look at how many poles. I could actually go down there and look at poles and see. I think if we get them through the main strip of town, right through past the fire station, right where the commercial businesses start at least, or I would say where the park begins. Right where the park begins, all the way through and
the bridge.
past the police station, the fire station.
From the bridge, that's where.
Yeah.
Yeah,
park
from the
From the bridge, from bridge to
bridge.
past the bridge.
Yeah.
So we could look at that.
In West Warren, we should do West Warren too.
Yeah.
Well, I think we start here and then move on, but yeah, that's a chance too.
Because even just
doing
this
down the center,
downtown area, we can start there and then work
Yeah.
our way west.
we could look at doing there too. I'd like to have them up for July 4th.
Oh boy.
I know.
I mean, how are we gonna pay for these, right?
Be rich.
Donations?
Donations. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. You make miracles happen all the time.
You can put a link with sponsor of your flag.
Right.
Well, it's not a bad idea. Sponsor a flag.
but we'd have to create an account for that. So, because it would be a gift account for something like that. Unless, well, Veterans has a gift account
Maybe
for
the
it.
Veterans Council would be interested in helping us out with this. Or-
Yeah. All right. So, I was just following up on that. And then, I don't have anything else. So, next meeting is June. Oh, wait, sorry. Public. Does the public have any comments and concerns? Mr. Conrad?
Well, David, you took my steam out. So I was gonna mention the flags,
No.
because both Ware and West Brookfield have them along their business district. And let's
We
face
do.
it, both Warren and West Warren have a business district. Yesterday was Flag Day.
Yep.
It was also President Trump's 77th birthday.
And I have to say, it's also somebody else's birthday, too.
Today's my 73rd birthday.
Congratulations and happy birthday, sir.
Sunday is Father's Day.
It is.
That's all those children remember who their fathers were. And Monday is Juneteenth.
Yep.
And for those that aren't sure what it means, after the Civil War in 1865, the Union Army in Galveston, Texas, found a plantation with slaves, and they freed those slaves. They were the last ones freed from the Civil War. We honor them on the 19th of June.
Very good. Thank you very much, Joe. So, yes. So everybody knows Monday is a federal holiday, so the town hall will be closed. So, just so everybody's aware of that, there will be no business on Monday. Okay. Did anybody else have any comments or concerns?
I
Right?
did.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, Jill? Is that
Can you
Jill?
hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm outside because the dog's barking inside, but I'm going back to the town administrator's report. Karina and I were talking yesterday when we found out about the floors. The Board of Health and the assessors, and we're just wondering if we are, I remember David speaking about phase 3. Are we still on that, or what's going on with that?
So the carpets were cleaned in the building and planning office as of right now. We'll have to look to see if we have some additional funds to tear up the carpets and to see if the floors underneath are okay, or what conditions they're in. But the carpet is pretty sturdy from what I see after the clean. I mean, it's pretty relatively new.
Yeah, but I think the point is we wanted to get hardwoods in there so we don't have to maintain a carpet, so it's easier to clean. Because one of the problems that office has is they have a lot of contractors walking in and out of there in mud and dirt on their boots and stuff, so they track that all in there. And it's harder to clean up out of a rug when a rug gets stained and versus just cleaning up off of a hardwood floor. Hardwood's much easier to maintain over a long run. And they're a high...
And also, oh, sorry.
Sorry, they're a high traffic area, so. But we do have to see if there's any hardwood under there
Yeah, I know, that's the
to
problem.
do that, and that's
Pull
like
that up.
the hard part.
There is, because if you look in the closet that's in there. there is
Yeah, just because it's in a closet doesn't mean there's
Closet.
not a big sheet of plywood right in the middle of the floor
Yeah.
filling a patch.
That
So-
office
Just
also
want to
has,
know if it's still in the running.
oh yeah,
Yes.
it's
And
a
also, Ken,
possibility.
what is your definition of sturdy?
Sturdy for what?
He said the
Sturdy
carpet was
carpet.
sturdy.
What?
Sturdy?
Yeah, he
Oh,
said
sturdy
carpet's
carpet.
Oh,
very
did I?
Thin and fine. Feels like if you take your shoe off, you're walking on hardwood, so I wouldn't call that sturdy.
Yeah, don't take your shoes off. That's gross.
Well, I wouldn't, I don't, but, because the carpet's not very clean, even though it was shampooed. All right, that
It's
was
older.
just my question, if we were still on the, I guess, agenda to get it looked at.
It's on the radar.
It's, yeah.
And Kareem was asking yesterday too, and I said I would ask.
That office is kind of hard to do because there's so many filing cabinets.
Well, that's what I was
and
gonna
there's a
say.
lot in
There's
there.
probably like 25 filing cabinets in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David, go back to what you were talking about and last time, filing cabinets, we can rip up around the filing cabinet.
We can. But we still gotta
I
move
can
them out of
empty that,
there.
no problem.
Well, we still gotta move them out of there to get the floor
Yeah,
done.
yes.
So, and right now, it's hard to just tear up the rug, because once we start doing that, if we cut into the rug anywhere, and we find, that the floor is not serviceable underneath there, we run into a whole new problem. But right now,
Okay.
you know, we have to explore to see if the floor is even doable on that. But it is on the radar, and that is a goal. We talked about that before too. You know, you're not being forgotten, Jill.
Okay, thank you, that was our question.
All right. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any questions?
Nothing on Zoom?
Nothing on Zoom?
Nope.
All right. And then next meeting is June 22nd. That is a Thursday, and that is at 6 p.m., and that's a regular Board of Selectmen meeting. And as of now, we have a special town meeting that's going to be going on for June 29th, and that will be 7 p.m. So that is being posted, or has been posted, by the constable, and that is to vote on the school budget. So I hope to see everybody there for that.
At the Quabog.
At the Quabog Regional Middle High School in Warren for a location. Just in case if anybody has forgotten. All right.
Motion to adjourn.
And hopefully we'll have to do it at the gym because there's gonna be a lot of people going.
Right.
Lots of people, I hope.
Second,
All in favor?
Rich Hacker, aye.
Derek Bailey's aye.
David Dufresne, aye. The motion passes. We are adjourned.